take the open ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. No, got a feeling, shiver in my bones. Something's coming, but nobody knows. Angels rage, they come down from the sky to fix these broken wings and show me how to fly.
Well,
Are we good? Did I fix? Oh my god, I fixed it. Okay. Hi.
congrats.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Pain.
I'll continue really quick.
Yeah, please do. Hi, everybody.
Ow. Jesus, I'm being bullied.
You're being
Hi,
bullied.
Richter. Hi, Coda. Yes. Hi, Nightbot. Hi, Varsity. Even though you threw things at me. Hi, whoever else. Okay. You who are now audible, speak to your peoples.
Okay. I'm in scramble.
Quiet.
I'm quiet. Don't tell me I'm quiet. What do you mean I'm quiet?
Don't tell you you're quiet.
Okay, tell me I'm
not.
quiet. No, tell me I'm quiet. Am I quiet?
You're a little tiny bit quiet. Like compared to me, at least on my end. Oh, never mind. I turned you down in Discord.
You're reminding me that I need to turn you up in Discord or down in Discord as well. Cause okay, there. Talk again.
Again.
God, maybe I need to turn you up.
Again.
Because I had you at 100% before, and then I changed it to 200%.
How do I turn you up in a Discord call again?
Right click me, user volume.
Right click me.
Right click my face.
Right click your face. Oh, over there, that face. Got it. Oh, you're gonna be loud now.
Oh yeah. Hey, we getting loud? We getting crazy? Is it a party?
Now it's a party.
All right, let's fricking go.
Make it work. Are bros still not working properly? I still need to read fun things from last week.
Yeah, I need to fix some of my stuff too. Who got first? Did anybody get first? It was you.
It was Fuzzy Totem.
Oh, why doesn't that show for me? Congrats on
You can
first.
pick up your totems at the reception desk on your way out.
Hello Brutamus. Hello Ricketer. Hello Fuzzy. Hello Core. Hello Makoto. Hello Lynn. Hello everyone. Welcome in. Hello Shymoth. It's been 2 weeks. My Goldomar horn hasn't sold. I am very sorry.
Goldemort?
I don't know.
Voldemort? No, that's not cash money anymore.
Damn. It's funny how that all works.
You know who I missed in my chat now?
What?
Shymoth. Hi, Shymoth. I'm sorry.
Damn, snubbed.
Yeah, I can't believe. Actually, they just popped in, I guess, after I mentally processed all the names.
Fair.
So they get a shout out.
Fair.
Hi, Zero.
Oh, I'm on the wrong HUD layout. I'm like, why does everything feel all weird? It's because I'm on my 1080p, or not 1080p, my 16:9. My
Follow
32:9.
Shymoth. Don't let the memes be.
Yes, do that.
They may be shy, but listen, introverts require an extrovert. That's why Fizzy's here.
Huh? Sure. Also, good to see you, Zero. I'm glad. I hope you're doing better. I hope you're doing okay.
I hope you join forces with me to destroy the world, Zero. Or not. I hope you feel better in any case.
How
Not-
is? Oh, go ahead.
Never mind. I don't know what to say.
Fair.
I am considering it. If you need somebody to talk to, you can always reach out.
Hey, yo, UAV online. We're back in action. Let's go. Hi, Slimy. Hello, Akora. Wait, did it not work?
Did what not work?
Redeems.
Redeem D's.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll take
Everything.
it. Can you process my refund request then?
Jesus. Thank you for the
Why do I-
29 months of tier 3 Rory. Jesus.
Wait, can I send that twice?
You tell me.
No. Okay. Apparently, it gave me the pop up again. I was like, oh, okay. Let me get thanked. Let me get thanked by the Tweemer twice.
Oh my god.
Why do I have 3 drinks in my desk?
Hey, yo. There. Oh, wait. Why didn't that
Did
work?
we flipping? Thank you for the flip 0. And of course,
There we go. Okay.
anytime. No need to thank me. Literally the least I can do. Wow, very much.
Same.
Thank you so much for the 29 months in busy stream.
Oh my god.
Tier 3 is that. Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
I know I heard
Rory.
your thank earlier, Fizzy. I just had to.
Can't believe this.
I
How
was
is
distracted.
you first?
Me first? Yeah. Why, thank you. I was just saying I was distracted. That's it.
Fair.
I'm listening to City Pop, so like I'm in the zone.
Oh, I got Monster Cup.
Remember the 80s anime playlist I had in your
Yes, I do. I
Okay.
remember it vividly, in fact.
phone? Vividly, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Was it that good?
I was pretty good. It was definitely memorable. Oh my god.
Hey, yo, we getting big.
Oh my god, Jesus.
Jesus. What? Why is that your reaction?
I don't know. Shion, does that count? I
Does
guess.
that count as a zoom in? Fizzy zoomed in on herself. I have no control. There's a button I can do though to control that. Hey, guess what? Guess what's playing? It's in Hato
Hey yo.
playing Toho music. It's Toho. It's definitely Toho.
Oh my god.
Always Toho.
It's always Toho. That's just true. Man, I didn't set up my laptop as my second or as my like stream PC monitoring device. I need to do that.
Streamers, extra stream PC.
Yeah, the stream PC is
Fizzy's
stream
like-
PC.
So a lot happened last week, chat. As some of you may have noticed, we hung out in person and maybe did a stream in a quarter. we tried a lot.
We did.
We tried really hard. We
We
wasted
really
a lot
tried.
of our time trying to make it work, but Fizzy's
Yeah.
internet did not want to cooperate.
I'm just glad that we
collapsed
did the
Under the best of our stars.
I'm just glad we did the connection test from the car from Clearwater or whatever, so we knew that like okay, it's still screwed up. Let's just not bother.
Yeah, we were on Thursday. We were gonna come back in time to stream. Hi, Sakuno. Gamers, check out Sakuno, another fantastic
in.
member of Team Eternal Wind. We were gonna come back in time to stream on Thursday, but yeah, Fizzy remoted back to their PC at home and found that the internet woes were still, in fact, a problem.
And then it cleared up Sunday night after you left. I was so pissed. I was just like, of course, that's how it works.
I was really pissed. We looked again on Friday
And Saturday, yeah.
because we were like, we'll just keep falling back a day, and it persisted. Like we were doing like test streams to Twitch, and we wouldn't be able to even sustain like 4,000 kilobits per second. So
Yeah,
it would have been like 16-bit stream time.
It would have been bad. Like we could have made it kind of work, but like it would have been so scuffed. We were just like, "Ugh,
Right.
we'll just forgo.
Yeah,
Did you ever take a
like,
look at that test recording?
I have not. No.
Okay.
Like I literally landed at whatever time, got home like at 1 or 2 a.m. this morning, went almost immediately to sleep, woke up, went to work, and got home like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, fair. Fair.
You know everything that has happened. it's like,
It's
Hello.
true. I do. I was there for it. Hi, Avalon.
Hi.
How's it going? Maybe it was the universe letting Fizzy sleeps with socks on like a maniac. Listen, for the duration of her stay, I did not sleep with socks on, out of courtesy.
I forbid it.
No, I mean I just didn't. But like,
Oh.
maybe I should have. I think I did at least a
Maybe
couple
you
times.
should have.
I mean, maybe it would have fixed it. You know,
Would it
maybe that
fix
would
the
have fixed the internet. Yeah.
Oh,
Clearly, that was the variable it changed. It's foolproof. It's like they say, correlation is causation.
correlation. You know, there are other events to correlate there.
No,
Right.
that's not true at all.
Yeah. To be fair, though, like my backup is to use AT&T's LTE network, 5Gs.
Not,
yeah, it got maybe 4 megabit down and 3/4 of a megabit up. It's like, what is this garbage? Like, what is
Yeah.
the infrastructure here made of sand? Like,
I mean, I live in like I would almost call owl type. I live in basically like a suburb, so it's just like, I don't know.
I live in a suburb.
You know, that's true, but you live in a suburb like what I would say closer to a major area.
With 5 gigabit fiber
Yeah.
and 20 millisecond ping.
Yeah. Jesus. Downloading
God, this
Space Marine
song's a
2.
banger.
Hell yeah.
Hell's Sun beat Nhato. It's a good track. It's also
Okay.
Toho.
Fair.
It's actually Toho still.
Toho's good. Toho music.
It's
Toho
a
music is
meme
it's a
app.
jam.
Yeah. Fizzy, there was one day we were driving around and Fizzy played all in Hato music, basically.
Oh, and Kato. Or, Nato. Yeah.
Nato. Oh, that makes sense. Nato.
I think it's just Nato.
Okay.
I don't know.
Nato D's. Haha.
Jesus
No.
Christ.
And
Goon.
let's see. Sorry, I'm like consuming all the dead air so I can let my brain remember what I was talking about.
I don't think dead air is good for that. I feel like you want live air. I feel like you need sustenance to get the brain juices.
Do I need oxygen to survive?
Yes. Probably. You tell me.
Well, she was like, yeah, I was playing that the other day. I was like, the Toho music. And she's like, it's Toho music? And I'm like, yeah, like everything you played yesterday was from Toho. And she's like, what? So we went back and reviewed it, and I'm like, yeah, that's Toho.
I think it was only like a third or so Toho, but like that's a lot of Toho for like a playlist that was like it was just kind of kept going because I played like the This Is Nato playlist on Spotify, so it's like 100 tracks or something. So if like a third of those are Toho, that's a lot of Toho.
Yeah, that's still a lot of Toho. Also, I just opened your stream, and I've had your chat open, but I opened your stream,
Oh, I just remembered something. Well,
and it was like, hey, you should collab.
I was gonna
like-
say.
I clicked on it, and it just fixed it for me. So
Oh, I actually still have the tab open. I guess it just works like that now.
I guess so.
Are we just set?
Thanks for putting Fizzy's clothes back on Zero. I appreciate it. I think we're just sat. It shows up. That's what I was actually
Oh.
checking. Well,
Yeah, I can just accept
I
it.
told it to check something else. and
Wow.
not-
Why does it say how many viewers you have? That's messed up.
Wait, it does? What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Because it's like popped up. Here, I'll show you.
I hate this.
Oh.
You got your M4S clear? Congratulations, Malevolent.
Congrats. Proud of you, Mel. Yeah, it pops up this I can't accept it. It just errors out. Are we actually? We're already doing it. That's why. Because I still have the tab open.
I don't see the number of viewers. That says
Well,
request expires in 29 seconds.
That's because I blurred it.
Rory Moth canceled their request to join. Thanks. I'm already collabing.
But yeah, do you see the blurred? That was the viewer count.
Oh, wait, why did you blur it?
I don't know. Politeness.
Politeness, you're blurring my own viewer count for me. I mean, I don't keep it like I don't.
Exactly. Some
keep it
people
up
are
while
really
I'm
protective
streaming.
about that.
Protective. I mean, it's right there on Twitch.
Well, I
Like-
know, but like some people really don't want to see it while they're live.
No, that's fair. Like, I don't really want to look at it while I'm live. But, like, that was. I've gotten over it.
Fair.
When I was a new streamer, like, yeah, I really didn't want to see it. But now I'm no longer a narcissist. I'm cured.
Proud of you.
Thanks. I
Jesus.
doing my best to spread the cure to all humans.
After 20 minutes, I can feel my hands again. I'm proud of you now. Jesus, you okay?
What the
Well,
hell?
should we talk about the trip? Because like
We tried on Thursday and it failed.
we
so, yeah.
tried and failed on Thursday. Yeah, exactly.
We are gonna do the rising today, and once we are risen, we might do some content. But like, we figured we'd spend a while talking because we didn't get to do that last week. So yeah, I think we
Exactly.
should talk about the trip.
Where to start? I guess we could start with the weekend, the first weekend, because like
It was a busy week.
it was. Although the thing that we did the first weekend is still very funny to me. I feel like if anything, you should cover that because
The thing we did the first weekend. Okay, chat. Normalize flying across the country to spend an afternoon or maybe 2 days acquiring a shelf at Home Depot, assembling it, and going to town on your VTuber collaborative partner's place or SO or whatever. Just, tear that shit down and clean it up when it is in need of such activities. Yeah, so was it Friday night?
no, it was Saturday.
I come back to going to town. Welcome
Okay.
back, Solo Gamers. Once again, please check out Solo_9.
And hi, Lady Mustang. Good evening. Welcome in.
How was your stream earlier, Solo? Did you end up doing a cooking stream today? Or just Elden Ring? But yeah. You said it was just Saturday and Sunday?
I think so, because I remember like we got started, I think Saturday night. Like I think unless I don't think
No,
it
I
took
think
all
that's
3
right.
days. Because like I think
think-
Friday we kind of chilled a bit, right? Mostly.
No, that's right. We chilled Friday. We got food on the way back. And then Saturday, we went to the arcade. We
The
checked out
arcade
that cool
and
arcade, and then Home Depot.
The Asian specialty market.
Oh yeah, that too. Oh, that's why we were out on Saturday, because I wanted to go to an Asian market to start off.
Yeah, get ramene and Pocky and
Because I wanted,
Kalpiko.
because it was because of your soap. Also, today was cooking day, yeah. Sully, what were you cooking? You checked out the arcade and I
Yeah, we did. A lot of rhythm games, actually. It's
It
appropriate.
was really good. I got busy to play DDR, and
Disaster.
it was fun.
It was fun. It was very fun. I can't lie. It was very fun. I am not good at
We did.
DDR, but it was very
I may
fun.
have beaten her at DDR, and then she returned the favor by kicking my ass in Tekken.
Oh my god. I guess that's one way of looking at it. That's fair.
You see Black Cat? I looked in a mirror.
Jesus.
Yeah, I unfortunately missed the cooking stream as well, Kumiko. It's alright, so we'll do another one in a month, right?
My bank account won't normalize that. Yeah, it's fair.
Normalize
Okay.
what?
Flying across the country to reorganize your girlfriends, your significant others, computer setup and everything.
I mean, when it needs it, needs must.
Oh my god.
Deposit that money into my credit card account. Yeah.
Deposit into the credit card account, sir.
Don't make me think. It's been a long day.
You know what?
Um,
That's relatable. That's fair.
Yeah, that place was cool though. But yeah, I was like, your soap had a smell to it.
Method grapefruit.
That
by the way.
reminded me-
Method grapefruit.
Method grapefruit. All right, method grapefruit reminded me of like, what's the Japanese vitamin C
Hi, Zara.
soda? It's CC lemon, I think. I think it reminded me of like CC lemon.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, we're going to an Asian market that'll actually have Japanese drinks. And we're going to get some of this so I can show it to you. We ended up going there. We didn't find any CC lemon, but we got some other stuff. There's still mochi or mocha or something. There's some flavor of Kit Kat, Japanese Kit Kat in your freezer. I didn't actually eat it, but you did.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Did we get Calpis? We did. We got mango Calpis instead.
It was pretty
Matcha,
good.
That's it. Thank you, Kumiko.
It was very
I
tasty.
can't word. So we did that, and I'm like, well, what else should we do while we're out? Because like, we really have nothing planned for right away, so we might as well like, you know, have a little bit of fun. So we went. Where did we go after that? Was it just the arcade then?
We went to the arcade and then we weren't sure what to do after that. Did we go to Home Depot then? I
think we were thinking about it, but we went to the arcade first because it was like we found that there was a Home Depot by it.
I'm like gonna have to pull up Google Maps because I remember we went to the arcade
God.
and then we left the arcade and we were kind of like, well, what do we do now? And you were like, God, was it
Home
then that you
Depot.
were
I
like,
was like,
we could go to
I was
Home
like,
Depot?
Because I was like, when we were leaving the Asian market, I was like, we should go to Home Depot and get you a fucking shelf. And you're like, I don't need a shelf. And I'm like, well, you could use a shelf. But sure.
Oh my God.
And I think I even measured for one before leaving, but you were like, you still thought I was memeing. And then we, I was like, all right, well, let's go. I saw the arcade on the map while I was looking for Home Depots, and I was like, we should go here, actually. It would be really cute to check out an arcade together. And so we did that. And then after that, I brought up, okay, now let's go to Home Depot. And you're like, wait, for real? And I'm like, for real. And we went to the arcade, we went to Home Depot, and I went straight to the shelf, grabbed it, and I think I got some cleaners too for some reason. And I got stain remover and Lysol. And
Oh, like Shout, like clothing stain remover. Because we have some.
Right.
I have some here. Like
yeah,
you
but I
didn't
like
like
Shout
it.
better.
No,
Yeah.
that's fair.
And I got
Hi, Don.
taco on my shirt the night before because like the tacos are amazing down
Talk
there.
about a shame.
Home Depot is dangerous for the wallet. It is. It really is.
Yeah, we
Which
were
one of
careful. Like I kind of was. I admit I was kind of like, man, I kind of want to drill, but I didn't get a drill. We did look at
What
light
a
fixtures though
drill.
for fun. That was cute. Some of those
We
light
did.
fixtures were really pretty. I like the lava
They
lamp.
really were.
The lava lamp was very bubbly. It was very fun.
I had to resist the urge to buy it because like, how the fuck am I gonna get that home? I don't need a lava lamp. Like,
Just
look
leave it with
behind
me. Smile.
I mean, I would have because there's way too much shit here. You need more shit in your house, apparently. Even though
True,
you
definitely.
are also a hoarder.
Wait, what?
Nothing. Maybe it's your mom. Maybe someone else is the hoarder in your family.
Oh my God, fair.
Every time I go there, I have to resist the urge buying their flamethrower. Yeah, I saw that flamethrower. That Home Depot has a flamethrower after I moved to the West Coast, and I was like, I want this. And then my roommate back then was like, you know, open flames are not really legal here, right? Because of the wildfire risk. And I'm like, well, they didn't sell them back in North Carolina, so like,
Is this
why would
real?
they sell them here?
Are you
It
pulling
is.
my leg?
I am not pulling your legs. You can buy a flamethrower at Home Depot.
That's pretty hot.
That sounds like a. God damn it! That sounds
You're
like a problem
igniting
for
some
people who get
ideas.
caught. Exactly. Listen to Solo. Buy me a flamethrower.
You heard it here first, folks. Let's get a sub train rolling. Let's get a hype train rolling
Hold on.
for Ruri's
I'm pulling up-
flamethrower.
I'm pulling up Home Depot's website. I'm not going to show it on stream because I'm too lazy to organize all the things, but I'm just going to remember if it exists or not. I mean, I know it exists,
Jesus.
but I want to make sure that it still exists. Can you add it to your throne? I don't have a throne, but if I did, I would add it. Look, they have 43 results for flamethrower on Home Depot's website. You can get the $48 100,000 BTU propane torch kit heavy duty weed burner with flint striker.
Why?
Are
Why
there
why
any
does Home
available
Depot sell flamethrowers? Like, what are the
in
legitimate
stock
uses for a
today?
flamethrower? I guess you could burn away weeds if you're somewhere, but like I
Here
don't
we
know.
go.
At least on the West Coast, yeah.
Five
Somebody
in
mentioned the
stock
wildfire
at my
risk.
local Home Depot. They have 5 fire starter. Why is it called a fire starter?
Cause it starts
Blaze.
fires. It's a flamethrower.
By Benzomatic or something. America's #1
Roofing?
handheld torch blend.
Roofing tar.
Interesting. Roofing, melting snow, the usual. Yeah, I thought I would use it for melting snow, but like.
Okay,
it
that's
doesn't
fair,
smell as much
actually.
here as I thought.
But like, wait, well, how
Maybe
would
if
you
you're a
use it for
Prodigy
roofing?
fan.
Maybe if you're a Prodigy fan. Oh
You
my
make the roof
god.
hot because it's
Okay,
made of asphalt. I don't know.
I appreciate
Or
your
you let your-
brainwave there, Kamiko.
Did Rory say weed burner? Weed burner?
Jesus.
A weed. No, I said weed burner because a weeb burner would be you're a One Piece fan or you watch. Never mind. I'm actually not going to finish that statement or I'll get canceled by like half my community. What? Don't look at me like that.
Yeah, okay.
Listen. There's weebs and then there's One Piece enjoyers. There is overlap, but there's also exclusion.
Jesus. Is you're being
I've
held
nothing against One
responsible
Piece.
for Ruri if she gets a flamethrower? I mean, she's so hot already. She doesn't need a flamethrower, to be honest with you.
I mean, I glare at the fucking ice and it just melts. So. Ow. Jesus. So if Ray Burns thinks you go to jail, yes. Other people go.
Jesus.
Ow, stop it. Other people go to jail. Yes. When I burn things. Because I blame them. Ray, am I safe if I enjoy Yuri manga? Yes. Jesus. I've thought about learning to breathe fire. That would be interesting.
It would be interesting. No, that's fair. I feel like done right, there's not a whole lot of risk besides, like, I guess don't swallow the fuel.
Don't swallow the fire.
But
Yeah.
like, you know, like it's a cool looking thing. It's a cool looking trick. I don't get how people like swallow swords and stuff. Like, I mean, obviously it's not like literally swallowing, but like that stuff's crazy.
I mean, if you're good at, if you have a deep
Jesus.
throat,
No. You know, I walked into that one. That's fair. Go on.
ow. Not gonna finish that thought.
Jesus Christ.
Also got told growing up to use a flamethrower for the driveway because it'll melt, possibly form black ice. Oh, not to. Yeah, that's
Oh
what
God,
how
black ice.
people told me when I had the idea once in the past, and I told them, I don't care about black ice. That's somebody else's problem.
Well, you just have to burn the land, salt the earth. No, I'm Jesus Christ.
That's a great idea, actually. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. Because like I don't have to destroy humanity. I just need to salt the entire planet, right?
Oh Jesus.
So like if there's a comet that's entirely salt, and we drop it on the Earth, and just let it spread salt over all the lands. I feel like that's like a prophecy level event right there. Hi.
Hi. There's a dungeon in Destiny called Prophecy. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I was thinking of Destiny because Bungie has like, I guess it's because of Halo. Like they like glass planets in Halo.
Covenant, yeah.
Also, apparently, commercial buildings with flat roofs use straight tar to seal the cracks on rubber membranes, and you have to heat the tar up in order to flow it and get it smooth.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Latin
The
term
Latin
for
term for
both.
both.
You go
You
for it. No.
No, I want to hear you say it.
Oh my god, the Latin term for both sword and redacted is also gladius. Wow.
Redacted, huh?
Redacted. Redacted for your pleasure.
A gladius for your pleasure, or are you glad?
Redacted.
See,
Filtered.
filtered.
Jesus.
Jesus.
I use gay tar in my building? Oh, that's fair. That's already flaming. There you go.
Hell yeah. You know, if tar is petroleum based, couldn't you just light it on fire?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I feel like if you're supposed to use a flamethrower for it, I would hope that it's not like actually flammable.
Yeah, you're probably right. Today I learned Rory is that neighbor. You have neighbors who put black ice in your street. I mean, you should always be aware of black ice, especially in Southern California in the summer.
Yeah, oh, that's a very scary time. You have to like keep your eyes peeled because you never know, when it might just show up, that black ice in 80-degree heat or higher. No rain, no precipitation.
That gives me a good idea, actually. What if we made it snow? Like, what if we caused an ice storm in LA in September?
I think that'd be rather challenging, but okay.
Well, yeah, it's a difficult feat, but like, what if we did it? Like a good 3-day cool off for the Southern Californian.
Ow. Oh, you missed. Actually, I'll fix that. Okay, ow.
I don't think Varsity
Hey.
likes it. It'd fill in a lot more if you did it here in the Midwest. In the Midwest, I feel like that could actually happen.
Jesus Christ, you keep your eyes peeled for your black ice peeled. I don't, Jesus Christ.
Does an ice comet count as ice storm? Because I vote ice comet hitting LA.
I feel like that's a little bit too, I feel like there'd be a lot of explosion and not a lot of cooling down.
I have always wanted to know what would happen if a giant ball of ice hit the planet.
It'd be a lot like a giant ball of anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But like, how much of that water vapor that resulted in the aftermath of it all be retained by the planet's atmosphere? And would it help then to reduce the heating effects? Or would it be this like giant greenhouse thing? Or would a lot of the atmosphere just fucking get flung back off into space and never return?
I think it'd be that, and also I feel like the impact would be turning a lot of things into plasma, so I'm not sure if it would really matter much.
I mean, I'm talking about the like long-term effects. I guess it really just depends on how big and how fast it's going relative.
Yeah,
I
pretty
should
much.
load up the sim later.
Jesus.
Food for thought.
According to Sim Earth, ice comets will help cool the planet. Oh, Sim Earth is undeniably accurate, actually. That's a good one, so that's fair. It's called Sim Earth. It's got Sim in the
There's
name.
more than I can read here. Yeah, no, I agree. Before I forget, wire mesh shelves at Home Depot, fantastic, cheap, easy to use, easy to assemble. We bought one. We might have even gotten food after that. Went back to Fizzy's house, assembled that shelf, and I think we kept going until like 1 a.m. and Fizzy's like, stop, it's had enough. Like by that point, I had like unplugged everything on her desk and thrown all the cables on the floor, because if you'd seen pictures on our Discords from last time, it was wiry.
It was everything. A bomb hit my room, and the bomb was named Rory. She's a bit of a bombshell.
We cleaned it. Oh my god, silly. We wiped her desk clean, wiped it down, added wood oil thing. I put way too much on there, but it smelled good.
Yeah, you like found this like apparently it's like 20 years old like wood varnish or something. I mean, it worked well. Not varnish, that's the wrong
Years
word.
old is
But
practically new.
I mean, if it's inert, I guess I can't argue with that. Who's Corgi? That's my Corgi.
You know, an ice comet of sufficient size would probably get through our atmosphere pretty well. The outer layers of ice sublimating would be pretty insulating overall. And it would give us a lot of water vapor, which Southern California sorely needs.
Yeah, I see it. Kind of clipped into the rocks
water
a little
vapor?
bit, but here's the Corgi.
Oh, the Corgi minion.
The Corgi does have good animations. I like the Corgi minion a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Corgi minion is cute.
It's a good minion. It's a good minion. It's like a top 3, I think. Maybe top 5 for me.
A top minion, huh?
Yeah.
Ow. From what I remember from my astronomy class, I'm pretty sure comets wouldn't spend nearly enough time in the atmosphere for that before impact.
No, they probably not.
Oh, that's a good point.
It'd have to be like
Hi,
a
Kobo.
weird. Yeah, I don't know. Shymoth, yeah, the Southern Californians. Man, we really need some rain. Ice comet. That's not what we meant, but we'll take it. Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
God. I mean, some of that will get flung back up and rain down on the planet.
Maybe,
Molten rock,
you know,
too.
if we're lucky. Yeah, maybe.
Is molten rock? I mean, it's liquid. Like they didn't specify liquid water, liquid iron, and whatever granite. You can scrape it up after and turn it into a new granite countertops. I know humans love granite countertops.
Yeah, I'm sure that would work exactly as you're describing. Unquestionably, undoubtedly, for sure. Hey,
Whose
Kobo.
death was worse, Rory? Fizzy's or Kai's Fizzy's?
Wow. Okay, listen. A girl puts
Okay.
2 desktop computers on a desk, and suddenly
desktop
it's a disaster zone. Suddenly it's a
Well, with
heritage
1,000
site or whatever.
wires intersnaking. Listen, Kai's desk is more disgusting, and yours is more cluttered.
Okay, I
'Cause
can take
Kai
that. I can take that.
will
'Cause I don't keep
have,
trash on my desk for very long. Like it's there for like a day at
hanging
work. most.
cups and like crumbs, and like the keyboard looks questionable at times. Like it's never like that disgusting, but then again, your desk is never like unusable. It's just cluttered to the extreme. So like they're apples and oranges, but to the same extent.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
It makes it hard to judge. But like, to be fair, Kai has more usable space on his desk.
Yeah, but okay, but like as much as it was definitely better to do our like 2 gamers 1 monitor or two VTubers 1 monitor stream with like the desk cleaned up, it was
Yeah.
a challenge to like, you know, puzzle out how to do it when there wasn't any desk space. It was very entertaining.
You couldn't stream the challenge of finding desk space.
I mean, maybe
when
you
we first
couldn't,
did this,
but
Nat,
I'm kidding. You're
she
right.
still has the box for her monitor came in. That box is big enough and stable enough that I was able to stand it up on its side and put my laptop on it and look down at that for OBS.
It's basically
So
a
that
coffee
is
table.
how we did it. I used her fucking monitor box as a coffee table.
It's still
And-
functioning as a coffee table, by the by. Like that hasn't changed.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of why I got the shelf for you, though. So, like, you clearly needed the thing.
It is pretty top shelf.
Jesus. But yeah, so we spent Saturday and Sunday basically redoing all that. Moved her towers, her 2 PCs out from behind her monitors onto that shelf because I had never seen them before. Well, I'd kind of seen them, but I was like, wow, these actually look like cool computers. Let's put them on the shelf. Let's put them on display. You know, wire all that stuff up really neatly. Granted, then I, you know, invaded and set up next to her, so like it kind of became more wiry again, but like it's nowhere near the same extent. Like I have a picture.
Wiry. Jesus, I like the implication that it's like fur.
I wanted to spend more time like making it look really nice and taking a picture, but like I'll just wait until you're about to move and I come over to help you pack everything up, and then I'll make it look really nice, take a picture, and then we'll tear it down.
Nice. No, and speaking of like, if I, if and when I move, I want to have the monitor box to transport the monitor. Like, I keep boxes for most things that are like expensive in case I might need to warranty them, but that is doubly so true for this monitor because like moving this thing scares me because like it's so big and like kind of fragile.
No, it's expensive. It's nice, and like that answers Shaimal's question. You don't keep all boxes in case. Keep all boxes everything has ever come in just in case.
I keep a lot of them, to be
Izzy
fair.
does. I do not.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
I regret
Sure.
it, though, to be fair, like I didn't ever want to move because it's a pain in the ass, but now I've been moving a bunch, and yes, Xeris, anime figure boxes especially, that is where the holdup was for me. It took me so long to pack up all my figures. I still have not unboxed them because I don't want to have to deal with ever boxing them up again.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Those monitor boxes are good boxes. Yeah, no, this is like it's like a Samsung. It's good. I'm a big fan. I am a big fan.
The Odyssey G9 OLED box that you could store like 2 humans in.
Jesus, yeah, pretty much.
I could build a spacecraft out of that box and still have room for like, I don't know, small apartment.
Nice.
It's a big box.
It's
a big monitor.
It's both of these things are true.
You can almost fit a 1-to-1 scalery on the monitor.
Oh my god.
I kind of want 2 now, so I can put them like in a line and literally have a 1-to-1 scale.
Jesus. I low key, like, if I had a lot more disposable income and could justify it, I would love to put 2 of them mounted vertically on arms, like one on top of the other. Just have a complete like command center. That'd be so good. Be so good.
Cool. Be kind of neat. What was that comment earlier about not being a narcissist anymore? That was for the bit. I was never a narcissist in the first place.
Jesus. Your neck would hurt. I don't think that's true. It depends, because I'd have to lower this one to like desk level and then have the other one. I guess that means that neither of them would be on the optimal viewing angle. So maybe, I don't know. Food for thought.
You know, we've actually talked about that, and I kind of agree with Zara's. But like, if you don't need to look up at it constantly, then it's fair. But like, it's tricky.
Scorpion
because,
chairs.
Like, oh my god, I fucking hate those.
I like appreciate them in concept, and the price point isn't actually as insane as I thought it would be, but like, that's a lot of like floor real estate for
Floor
something.
estate.
Floor estate, yeah. You're like over 6 foot, so standing desk might be the way. I actually have a standing desk, so
Yeah.
fair. Which I'm sure is very happy. Oh no. We haven't done a fit test to make sure that the cords are long enough.
A fit. Oh, for standing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's part of why I bought all these long cables for you, because I knew you're gonna need to route them properly, and maybe they aren't even long enough for that.
I'll have
If
to.
you need me to send you some more cables, let me know.
No, I mean I can buy cables too. We'll mess with
Can
it.
you afford cables after that trip?
Jesus, harsh.
I'm sorry, I had to tease.
I guess we could keep talking about.
No,
the trip. On
we're
that
both.
note.
We can. We're both suffering after that trip. Do you wanna talk about what happened next?
Sure,
'Cause
Monday.
You managed to snag something.
I
especially
did.
nice.
Literally, while Ruri is flying over here, I get an email from a service that I signed up for called like Mouse Dining or something. And it's like, hey, there is an 8:20 p.m. reservation for Space 220 available for your perusal. Ruri, thank you for the 5 gift subs. You goober.
Does Fizzy actually stand with the desk? She does.
Not
I made
frequently.
her when she was doing some
That's
of her prog practice or whatever the fuck you want to call that.
True. Yeah.
Because she had to have her appendectomy, and her doctor told her, her surgeon said, you need to like move around for 3 minutes every hour for blood flow. So I would come into her stream and be like, stand up.
God. Yeah. I was like, East Howard is crazy. My brain just short circuited. Oh, okay. Mouse Dining, and they were like 8:20 p.m. reservation available on Monday, on Labor Day, for Space 220, which is like, so okay. A little tiny bit of backstory. I spotted Space 220 when I was looking at like Disney stuff, and I was like, oh wow, it's like a whole space restaurant. like this seems right up Ruri's alley, and we talked about it. And
You want to go dining in a space station 220 miles above Earth? Who's gonna say no to that?
It's pretty cool. So I managed to snag the reservation. I just immediately logged in. I'm like, grab the app, go, and I logged in, I snagged the reservation. And then we got park hopper tickets, because I was like, well, like we went to Epcot like a couple months ago. I guess that was, oh my god, was that 9 months ago now?
Jesus, yeah.
Time flies.
Does.
Christ.
Wait, like actually literally 220 miles above Earth? Yeah.
Hi,
That's why it's
Bum.
called Space 220.
Yep. So we got park hopper tickets, because I'm like, well, you know, why don't we go to Hollywood Studios and check that out? Because like usually it's a little quieter. So Sunday night, what happened? Oh, that's right. We finished the desk setup Sunday, and
Yeah.
we were like, should we stream? I guess we can stream. And we talked about this on the day, and I was like, I was kind of like, man, we should get to bed by like 1, so we can get up at like 8 or something,
Right.
and be at the park like close to opening at like 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Thank
Ray's
you
like,
for the
but we
like
just
share.
finished the setup. We got to
Good night.
stream, and I'm like, that's fair. That's fair. And
You know
I
what?
wanted to stream too, but
It was a little scuffed because like we were that became like fitting in. That was the start of fitting in too much,
yeah, a little bit.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's good that we did it because obviously it didn't work out the rest of the week.
True.
Spoilers. Anyway, continue.
Um,
Sorry.
So we didn't start stream until after midnight. And then we streamed like a full 3 hours. We didn't get to bed till like 4. So we didn't get to the parks until, I don't even know, like 2:30 or something. But we went to Hollywood Studio. So I was shocked because it's Labor Day. Like it's a like national holiday, and the parks were so quiet. We roll up to Star Tours, and it was like 5-minute wait, and we're like, okay. So we went on that, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, that's like an older ride or whatever. And then we like have lunch, and we look at the like Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run or whatever that's called ride, and we're like, wait, does that say wait time 5 minutes? And at this point, I think we'd just eaten, so we like debated a little bit, because like I know you're a little more susceptible to motion sickness than I am, and we were like, should we go on it? Should we go on it? And your final just like, let's just do it. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. So we went on. We literally just walked through the entire like queue structure all the way to the front, and then we got boarded on the role that she wanted. I was indifferent because I was like, all these look fun. Okay, maybe I didn't want to be an engineer. I have enough engineering at my day job.
Yeah.
But we got pilot. That ride was sick. And then we kind of walked around a bit. And I should clarify something that I didn't mention. Reservations for Space 220, by the way, go like instantaneously. Like for the whole, like the people who are having a reservation at one of the what do you call it? Inns?
The
What are they
resort.
called? Resort. That's the word I'm looking for. Who get like
Yeah.
early access, and they go like that. So we got really lucky in getting a reservation. Although it ended up being kind of quiet, ironically.
I think we were like Like they stopped seating people at like 9.
Oh,
So,
that
like,
could have been.
it wasn't that it was quiet. It was not like,
We were towards the tail end of the night.
yeah.
Well, we'll get there. So we took the Sky Rail, I think. No, the Skyliner. I don't know. It's like little gondolas. Very, very smooth, very comfortable gondolas. And they give you your own, which we were shocked by. We were like, we're sure that they're gonna give us to a party, but part of it is that the park was really quiet at this point. And then you want to talk about Epcot, because I feel like you could cover Epcot pretty well. I can cut back in at Space 220 if you want. We can both talk about that, but
Yeah, well, we'd already done Epcot like less than a year before, so we basically went to see what we kind of missed up near like the main area.
also hi bum.
And let's see. I saw like the space area. Hi, Kuro. And I was like, wait, what is that? And you're like, oh, there's like a ride there. So we went up and it was like space ride. I don't remember what it was called.
It's like flight training or something.
Yeah. It had like a 5 or 10 minute wait, and
I think I had both a 5 and 10 minute wait technically.
yeah, depending on which, like if you wanted the like easy mode or like hard mode, like they had a lot of warnings about like motion sickness stuff, and I'm like, I don't really know, because like I do not like roller coasters. I will ride them and I will feel sick the rest of the day. And we had just eaten some like lunch or some snack or something, I think.
I think we hadn't eaten for a little while, but we were worried because it was only like 2 hours until our reservation at
Oh,
Space
that was it.
220. So it was like if
Yeah.
you ended up getting really, really, really sick, and
Nauseous,
it's
that
like
would be
we wouldn't have a
unfortunate.
lot of time to walk it off.
Yeah. So we went in and we talked to one of the people who does the lines, and they were like, yeah, like, you know, I didn't throw up on this, but like it made me kind of queasy. And I'm like, oh, okay, like
Yeah, they described
You
it as
work
like a
here.
carnival ride that like the one that like you can see it at like a fair where it's like a big wheel that you sit on the wall and it spins you.
uh-huh. So I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound like something I would enjoy. So let's go to the easy mode. Welcome back, Richter. Glad you can unmute. So we went to do that, and even on that, it's like you can leave now if you if you're worried, or whatever, like if you're pregnant or nursing, or like if you're
Jesus.
afraid of if you get sick easily, or motion sickness,
Claustrophobia.
like
That was another big one.
claustrophobia. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
because
Oh,
it
yeah.
was pretty tight, to be fair.
That was really cool though. So like it's supposed to be like this like space travel like training simulator thing. And you climb into this like hanging piece of machinery, and it fits like 4 people in a line, and then like the cockpit like folds out or like slides into position in front of you. So it's literally, it feels like you're in like a space shuttle, because it's got all like the same style buttons, square buttons and screen, and just it was a very satisfyingly like immersive set, because it's like you're in this spacecraft. And then the ride starts up, and there were a fair amount of G-forces involved. It takes you through this like sequence of like leaving the planet, traveling through space, and coming back down, and some stuff in between. But I was actually underwhelmed. I was like, oh, okay, that wasn't bad at all, because like it did put so much into like being like, if you need to leave, there's the door. Don't fucking blame us. And
They oversold it a little bit.
you get in it, and it's like, rather than like the other motion sims where you just have a seatbelt, this one had like the full like harness you pull down over your head, and it presses against you. So like like my tits were pressing against that thing the whole time. Like I wasn't going anywhere. And to be fair, that probably helped a little bit with the motion sickness. But
well, not to mention the way that they simulate the G-forces, because like judging by like the way that the people at the entrance told it, it's like it spins you basically, right? Like it's a centrifuge.
right.
So the instructions, especially for the more intense version, were like, do not turn your head. Keep looking straight ahead, because I'm pretty sure if you turn your head, it throws off the illusion and it will just give you terrible motion sickness.
Oh yeah, I know well enough not to do that, so I did not. But
Fair.
let me think. The other thing is that worried me. Like when we sat down in there, I was like, oh no, because I saw the safety rig, but I also saw that they had like in the thing between each seat, they had bags in case you get sick on the ride.
I didn't recognize what those were at first until later.
I realized
we'll just say.
instantly what those were. So yeah, but like I said, it wasn't that bad. So like we left afterward and walked around a little bit, just kind of like mulling it over. And I tried to figure out if she would like be like disappointed if we didn't check out the other one. And she was kind of like either way, indecisive. And I was like, well, like
Either
I
way,
won't-
indecisive.
obviously it's gonna be like stronger, and I expected more feeling, but like I was a little disappointed. Like I wanted a little more G-force out of the other one. So I was like, fuck it, let's just go back. If I get sick, I get sick. I was actually really nervous because of all the warnings, and the other one had additional warnings. Like it was mostly the same like spiel and like intro sequence and all that stuff, but like there were a couple more warnings. And
Like the
things.
don't turn your head.
Right, that one was for the other one.
Yeah,
For the
exclusively.
green
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you could absolutely feel the G forces. According to them, which I don't know if I want to believe or not, but I will get to that. It's 2.5 Gs. For reference, the space shuttle does about 3 Gs. Older rockets can do like anywhere up to 10 Gs. Humans don't like over 6-7 Gs for extended periods of time. This had sustained 2.5 Gs for like a solid 20 or 30 seconds, at least in the beginning. It was awesome. I haven't sustained that many Gs since I arrived on this planet. Like you feel it in your whole body, but especially your face, like just the fucking gravity pulling down every piece of you, like peeling your skin back. And then like you reach up to try to push buttons on the controls, and your arms are so heavy, it's like you're just like you're trying to like fight it to reach out and push these buttons. Oh, it's such a good feeling.
I can't it's hard to describe, like, because like I mean, to be fair, like I imagine like when you like slam on the brakes in a car or something, like that's actually a pretty decent amount of G-forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the feeling of it kind of being like not only like not under your control, but also like having to like press those buttons, the feeling on your arm as you like try to lift it, and it just, your arm is just like heavier. It's so weird. It's like, it was like being like trying to move it through like molasses, except that the molasses is your arm. It was so weird. It was cool.
That's how I felt
It was very
at the
cool.
launch simulator at Epcot. I think that's what we're talking about.
That is
Sarah.
exactly what we're talking about. Yeah.
God, it was so fucking good. I want to do it again.
Fair. I want to do both that and the Millennium Falcon ride. That Millennium Falcon ride was so good.
The Millennium Falcon ride was amazing.
It
I
was
thought something
basically
else,
like
my
a
bad.
video game.
No, my bad.
Like it basically, I should have described it more. You go in with like three different roles, and each role has 2 different people doing the role at the same time. So like we got pilot. So I think Rory was responsible for up and down, and I was responsible for left and right.
Other way around.
Other way around. I was responsible for up and down. She was responsible for left and right. And basically it's like a simulator game where like, and you're in like the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon recreated to like loving detail. It was so cool. We'll have to get the pictures of that
was.
out, but it was
'Cause it's like,
so cool.
it's not just one of these like, oh, it looks good in front of you, but it's clearly a facsimile. No, like, this was just like somebody cut off. Well, it was like you had the whole fucking Millennium Falcon. You walk through the thing to the fucking like cockpit.
Yes. Oh
The
my
door
god, I forgot
closes
to-
behind
yeah.
you, and like all the buttons, everything is there. It's just like being in the Millennium Falcon. Like, the set design is perfect.
It's
It is
so
extremely
good.
satisfying. And then like where all the windows are, that's all screen. It's not like the little tiny screen and everything else is just like facsimile or like filler, so they don't have to fill the whole thing with screens. No, it's fucking screens.
Yeah, it feels like you're in like a cockpit. Like, and I would even maybe go so far as to say there might have been some like light 3D effects in place potentially. It was good. It was cool.
Mm-hmm.
And also like it's like it is like a video game. Like the dude like calls you out if you start screwing up and stuff, and you get like scored at the end of how well you did. It's
Right.
pretty great. And it's like this cute
I
little like
loved it.
chase sequence. It was so fun. That was so good. I want to do that again so bad.
I wish there were more. Like, I know they have other ones for like other properties, but like I don't care about like Toy Story. Like,
Yeah.
there's something about like Star Wars and like the space
Mhm.
simulator and stuff like that that makes it like cool
Elevates it.
and,
Yeah.
and fun, because it's like got this level of realism. It's like it's a real thing. Okay, Star Wars isn't real, but like it's going for
It feels grounded. Yeah.
right.
Also, she
So they're
touched
really
on it,
immersive.
but I
Mhm.
want to just want to double down on the passageways and everything into like the cockpit were so cool. They were like a movie set. It felt like you were on the set of like Star Wars. It was so cool. Probably better than the
Yeah.
set because it's designed to, have a bunch of tourists trampling through it. It was
Right.
cool.
Also, thank you for the raid, Shadowstorm. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for coming over. Let me get you a shout out. Sorry, what were you saying?
That was it. Like it was cool. It was very cool.
It was very cool. What were you up to? The thing did not work, so it doesn't show what game you're playing.
But yeah, no. Very cool ride. I would go on that again.
Yeah, no, like it was so good. It was really immersive. It was a lot of fun. Like, I want to do more of that, and I'm afraid of roller coasters. I don't like them, but like these motion sims, that's just like
They're-
VR, but like with like motion applied. Like, it's really good.
Yeah, no,
And
they're
without
like
having all the
Mhm.
headgear.
well, I guess after the space simulators, the simulator rides, to be fair, not the Millennium Falcon one, we went to Space 220. Like that was basically it. It was like we like walked around for maybe half an hour, I think, and then we're like, okay, well it's 8, our reservation's 8:20. Let's get in there. And God, that was cool. So
You were doing
I'll go for it.
Oh, sorry. You're doing 14. What were you up to in 14? And once again, welcome in everybody from Shadowstorm stream. If you aren't already following them and didn't come in with a raid, please give them a follow. We are currently reminiscing. We're gonna do the Rising and some content after that, perhaps, but we are currently reminiscing about a trip last week that we did to meet up in person. And,
It's really good.
We did a little Disney visit. All right.
So okay, we can trade off halfway through, but
Mm-hmm.
so we go in and they give us like a boarding pass, basically. They're like, okay, here's your reservation. We got your name in, go ahead. And so we wait in like the lobby for, I don't know, it might have been 10 minutes. It was like a bit of a wait. But then the space elevator comes down, the doors open, and they usher us in. And so the space elevator is like a circular room. I'm pretty sure it's an actual elevator. And it's got viewports, in quotation marks, at the bottom and the top of it. So when the elevator takes you up, you see the space elevator. So you see like below you is Florida disappearing off into the distance. And above you is like this rail that you're basically traveling up at like hundreds, if not thousands of miles an hour. Until finally the space station comes into view and you dock. And then you get out and it's like you're on a space station. Like the first thing, I mean, minus the fact that there's artificial gravity, of course, but you walk forward and it's like this lovingly detailed, like sort of, I would call it like sort of light sci-fi. Like it feels very Star Trek inspired almost, I would say.
Yeah.
Like one of the first things you see is this giant like rotating, like supposed to be like a kind of like a grow room for like cabbage and stuff, because it's a restaurant, right?
That was a nice touch. Yeah. Like a space brewery.
Yeah. Hydroponics, I guess.
Yes, thank you.
But I mean, I guess if you want to take it over from there.
Yeah, so you basically you get up to the station, and there they have like a receptionist where they take your boarding pass and they then usher you to your table. But you basically pass through like these like tube, like these circular halls, like you're on a space station. And the second one at the end of it, you have all these like, it's like this wall, all these walls covered in like circles, and it looks like just like a nice visual detail, but like each one of them has like a wine bottle in it. It's like wine storage.
So good.
It's a really nice touch. But then you look ahead, and it's this opening into a like big open like dining room that has these giant floor to ceiling windows that are just looking out over the earth and like the space around it. And you can just kind of see the like faint glow of the atmosphere above the planet and just the like upper edge of the planet. Oh, it was so cool. And if you have reservations, you get like the second half of the room up in front of the windows. So you're just like sitting there, and your whole like peripheral vision is this like huge window. And you could see they would have like a couple things floating by occasionally. Like other ships going by, and the ships, it's great if you go through the launch simulator, because the ships that the launch simulator uses are the ones that go by in the fucking Space 220 restaurant. It's so good.
I love like the astronauts, like the people doing like spacewalks, doing all sorts of goofy stuff too.
It was very cool. It was absolutely worth, and I can see why there's such a wait on reservations for this place, like why it's in such high demand. Not to mention the food, like
the food. I think it might have been the best food we had all trip, honestly.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. You have to pay for like the full course meal, unlike other Disney restaurants.
Right, which isn't unreasonable, to be fair. Like it was
like 70 something a person.
It was $79 a person, right? But it's a 3-course meal, so when you count like, you know, $20 appetizer, $20 dessert, $40 entree, like yes, that is expensive, but like and it's not all that crazy.
Yeah. It was, I mean, like, I guess we spent a little tiny bit more because we wanted like themed alcoholic drinks too.
Why not,
like-
right? Like you're there.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I forget. I had the blue one. I forget what it was.
Oh god, I want to say it was like Starry Spritz or something like that. I can't remember.
I should have taken a picture of the menu, but
I'm sure I could pull it up, but
I had some sort of like raw fish appetizer, and then I had
you had the oh, Jesus, I'm gonna have to pull up the menu because it was on the tip of my tongue. I know what I had, but
I know.
it was the something tartare.
Yeah.
I'll have to pull it up, but yeah, that was. Oh, you talk about your food. Sorry, not trying
No
to-
worries. I'm trying to remember what I had for the main course too.
You had the filet mignon.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was really
I
good.
thought it was some steak, but yeah, I think I was like, if I'm going to a place like this, like I wanted to get like something that would excel, rather than just like something that even at its heights is not going to be like
Neptuna tartare.
would impact me. Yes, that's it. It was
It's pretty good. Here, I can link the menu.
cool. It was yellowfin tuna raw with like miso dressing, avocado, radish, sesame cracker things, and apple. I don't know. It was really good.
Thanks, Ghost Pixel.
Good luck, Korean Fizzy. Thank you, Ghost Pixel.
Galaxy
Filet
Spritz.
mignon was really good.
That's what it was called.
Galaxy Spritz. Oh, that's the drink.
Yes.
Yeah. That was like, well, I'll come back to that because the thing that I remember the most, well, the filet mignon was awesome. Like I remembered I had some steak thing that was really good, but like the presentation was amazing on everything. But like the carrot cake is what I had for dessert, and it's the best carrot cake I've ever had. It was so perfect.
I tried a little bite because we were trying each other's food. Why not? We're here. And it's excellent. It was really good.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about what you had?
Sure. So to drink, I had, they called it the Up All Night. I remember vividly. I don't remember exactly what was in it, but I remember it was like, I'm going to look it up because I have it in front of me now, but it was like, from memory, it was like espresso and Kahlua and like a coffee liqueur. And they put a little bar of ice cream in it. And I didn't realize until after I bit into it, it's astronaut ice cream because of course it is. Yeah, Up All Night, absolute vanilla, chilled espresso, Kahlua, cream de cacao. Okay, so that was excellent. Coffee liqueur is so good.
It really is.
God, that was so good. And then I had, it was a Wagyu beef, according to this, Wagyu beef carpaccio. It was basically like the really thin slices, a very light amount of Wagyu beef with like some potato chips, a handful of like pomegranate seeds and stuff in this like really beautiful little like almost like flower like arrangement. It was cool. It was really good. And then I had their swordfish, which was on a bed of couscous. And I was initially hesitant because I've only had couscous a couple times. And before I was kind of like, couscous is kind of mid. I'm not a huge fan of it. But whatever they did with their preparation was excellent. And I really enjoyed it. And I guess it's fennel crusted swordfish and creamy puttanesca. Whatever the creamy puttanesca is, whatever that sauce is, was excellent. So good.
I thought you said I thought you said fentanyl.
Jesus.
Like yes.
No.
You covered the swordfish in fentanyl.
No. Jesus Christ.
Also, Kumiga, you're gonna go photograph your wildfire. Please be safe. I hope you are okay.
Yeah, don't die. If you need to evacuate, please do. Creamy puttanesca, who told Fizzy about that name? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Solu.
Jesus.
And then I had the Pina Nova, which was hummingbird cake, coconut mousse, pineapple caviar. I don't really know what that means, but it was good. And almond crunch. I mean, it's basically just almond. That was delicious. It was like a little pineapple, like cake. Like it was like cake with pineapple and like, oh god, it was so good. That was also excellent. Like honestly, that whole experience from start to finish was just kind of tops. We missed the fireworks for it, which kind of sucked, but like it was worth it.
Yeah. Fireworks at Epcot are spectacular, but like we got to see them during the holidays. Like I would love to see it again. It was very special, but like
but so was the restaurant.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I want to go back. It was expensive, but it was worth it. Like I wouldn't do it more than like once a year or something, but like
right.
man.
No, for sure. We basically went for the restaurant this time. Did you go to see the International World Showcase like Japan and such? We did that back in December.
Yeah, we didn't really have
we
time
didn't do
for
it
it this time. Yeah.
Yeah. We only went to Disney for the day.
Right, and we didn't show up until, like I said, like we didn't get into the park until probably 2:30. So
yeah,
but especially when you consider that it took us probably 30 minutes to get between parks or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
pineapple caviar appears to be a caviar dish with the pineapple replacing the caviar.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sander.
Okay.
Raw fish is goated. Full agree.
Yeah.
If no churro, I blame Fizzy. Jesus.
So, full disclaimer. Full disclosure. That's it. Varsity finds out I'm at Disney like 5 p.m. ish. So we're on the way to the space area of Epcot. And I'm like, all right, Varsity says to look for a churro because you have to try the churros at Disney apparently. And so we kept an eye out, but we did not come across one until the first stand we found that had them was right in front of the space ride. And I'm like, well, I'm not about to eat something and get on the motion simulator. Plus, we're like getting ready for dinner here soon. So like, I could not eat a churro at that point. So we figured we would try after Space 220, but unfortunately everything was closed at that point.
Well, I think some of the stands do stay open because we talked about this, but the thing was that like neither of us are huge eaters. I'm probably a slightly bigger eater than her, and like it was a very filling 3-course meal. Like it was they weren't huge portions, thankfully, frankly.
I mean, I wanted to eat every bite of that food.
Exactly. So
thank you for the hydrate, Sarah.
They weren't huge portions, but the fact that it was actually like a 3-course meal with excellent service, by the way. I have to say our waiter was like wonderful. We were too full.
Yeah.
I feel like we didn't eat anything until like we got home, and then we had like a snack or something.
Right. Yeah, I think we got some snacks late, but we were good at that point. Like it took us a while to get out of the park.
Yeah, because it was like at closing, and we had to take the Skyrail back, so we had to wait in line for that for maybe 20 minutes or something. Was not bad.
Time. I mean, we are enjoying ourselves. So.
Yeah, no, and honestly, the weather and stuff was nice.
Yeah.
Relatively, at least. I mean, we were both dripping with sweat, but like, it is Florida in the summer, so like.
Yeah, I'm training for Earth activities. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
I don't handle heat well, but like, it's not hot in Florida. It's just humid. Mm-hmm.
It can be hot too, but we picked a good day for it, and we brought parasols too, which helped.
Yeah. I did appreciate the Solution 9 themed parasols.
Oh my god, yeah, they were reflective for heat, but also because they looked,
they
fancy.
were space parasols. There's an unofficial pub crawl through all the World Pavilions at Epcot. To be honest, I don't know how many. I don't know many who have ever completed it or don't end up annihilated. I don't think we're pub crawl kind of critters exactly. though.
No, I don't think either of us really like want to be like super drunk. Like I would have a drink or two, and like if we had time, I would have loved to do some of the Food and Wine Festival, try a few drinks, but like I don't know.
Right. My idea of a good time drinking is not moving while I'm drinking because drinking makes me nauseous, especially if the drinks are strongly tasting of alcohol. But then moving around, you one of those scooters? No, that'll be terrible.
Oh God.
Moving around, I very quickly, like the first thing to go for me is my sense of balance. So before I'm intoxicated, it becomes difficult for me to stay steady. So like if I were like walking from place to place or moving from place to place to get these drinks, I would not make it to the next place. I would have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that the servings that they do are like half a drink, which is nice because it means you can try more things. So, like, maybe you'd be okay with like half a drink, but like after that, yeah, it's just like, I don't know.
That might be fine. Yeah, but like I also need to like stay hydrated.
Mm-hmm. Which
And
is
eat
doubly
enough to,
hard
like,
because of how
fill
much
my
you sweat.
stomach.
Like,
Oh yeah.
it's hard to overstate like how fast you get to be like dripping sweat in like 70-80% humidity when it's at least 80 degrees out. Like it's instant. It's just like you walk outside and it's just your clothes are just sticking to you. It's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. No, it was moist.
Are they smooth churros? We didn't get to try them this time. I've had them I think once like 10 years ago. I would like to have
For
them again.
context, here, Fizzy, on one of Solo's cooking streams, he was making churros and they ended up smooth. So,
Wait, that's kind of cursed though. Wait, hold on. How smooth churros?
they are not smooth. Listen, it's a miracle. They're just a miracle of cooking.
Oh, my mouth
Oh,
is
it's
dying.
not kinda cursed. It's very cursed. Smooth churros are the future. You were ahead of your time, Solu.
Jesus. Only the
Only
smoothest
the
of dome
smoothest.
holders. Oh my God, Jesus, Sarah.
Well, see, it's just a reference. It's part of the brand now. I would love a smooth churro. Actually, later, the place that we always get like tacos and Tex-Mex in Florida.
It's a chain. You can say by my house. We don't even.
Okay. They have like mini churros, and like they still have like the filling and everything, and you can get them with like chocolate dip. It's just, oh, they're so good. So like later that week we did get that, and so I had all these like miniature churros. So like
They're
I was
churro
just
fries. It was pretty excellent. Yeah.
stuffing my face with miniature churros dipped in chocolate sauce. Oh, it's so good.
They weren't the strongest like cinnamon flavor, but they were still pretty good. They had a very satisfying crunch.
Yeah. Oh, so good. Listen, when you get to be as old as me, the ridges just wither away. So that's smooth. Okay.
Jesus.
Do you want to talk about what we did the next day?
Sure. I'm trying to think if there's anything else from the Disney trip. No, I think that basically sums it up.
We checked shops. We
Rory got pulled over by security. I mean, to be fair, so did I, like 4 times.
security really did not like me. Maybe it was because of the things I said, but like I like to think that I was just singled out unfairly.
I feel like I'm pretty sure that they just like scan every X amount of people, if I'm honest. But maybe they have some kind of detector on their thing of like volume or something stupid. Like how much like volume of storage you
How much
have.
volume
I
I
don't
have?
know. Listen.
Volume. I have a tiny bag. I
Yeah,
think
I do
it's
too.
More
I
like
freaking know.
so they had the same scanners at Disney that they used at FanFest, and I'm considering how many times I got fucking searched at FanFest. It's I think they look for like metal density.
Yeah, but like
So
I don't know why I got pulled over several times too.
at FanFest, I had a
Night on.
earbud. Good night, Dawn. Oh, Dawn earlier asked a question. I never got to read it. It was like, you gonna do scary games possibly with Fizzy for Spooky Month? We haven't decided yet. I'm sure Fizzy will at least do spooky games though. So like,
Yeah, one or two. I would like
Fizzy
to.
Fizzy of the games.
But also follow Rui.
You didn't get searched a lot? You did get searched a lot. Meanwhile, me and Queens didn't. Oh, yeah. No, at FanFest, I had earbuds. Not earbuds. Earplugs for the concerts. And they're in like a little metal case. And it's a really nice metal, like, tube. And that metal tube would set off the detector every time.
Interesting.
So I learned that after a while that like the metal tube was the problem. At Disney, I'm pretty sure the detectors did not like my lithium-ion batteries. Wait, did I have the battery pack with me at Disney?
No, but you had your camera.
I had my camera. It's kind of obvious that they don't search the camera. They like if you go through with the camera, they don't. But like, what was in my bag?
Nothing of note. I mean, I had a battery charger actually in my bag, which I forgot about. And I had a knife. But it's,
They didn't care.
They don't care. It's not TSA. And even TSA, like you can get by if you're lucky. But like I have a little Leatherman that has a little tiny knife, little 1-inch knife. It's a Leatherman. It's not like I have a Bowie knife in my, purse. No, it's a little tiny Leatherman. What Leatherman? Leatherman Micro? Something like that.
Micro?
I think it might be a Micro.
Disney World is more lax. That was Disney World.
Yeah. Fun fact, those are $50 and I donated one to TSA. I think it was on my trip to Ohio. Disneyland would have taken that? I don't think so.
I remember that.
They searched my bag, but they're not gonna like pull apart everything. It's not the same as
What am I gonna
TSA.
do with this? Stab someone? Please.
Everyone needs a Leatherman. Fair.
Everyone needs a Leatherman at all times. This is true. Listen, if the TSA isn't gonna find it, Disneyland, Disney World surely aren't.
To be fair, like because like I had my bag searched by TSA and it was way more thorough than like Disney. Because like Disney, like they'll look through your bag, they'll pick everything apart a little bit. If it's really densely packed, they'll pull a couple things out and then put them back in. But like, not that I'm like recommending you try to sneak things into Disneyland. But
I mean, the first park, they were like, yeah, that's a bag. Okay, go on in. And the second park, they were like, we're gonna take everything out of your bag. And I'm like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill everyone in this line. And then I'm going to tie you to this pole and watch as you bleed to death. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said all that, but that was what was going through my mind while they were taking every little thing out of my bag and touching everything with their dirty hands. Fucking humans. Sorry, that definitely doesn't make me sound like a fucking crazy person. Hi, Richter, welcome back. Appropriate Disney response. I was displeased.
they'll make you toss out water from open bottles here because too many idiots put vodka in them.
Smell it. Like, vodka is not hard to detect.
Weird.
Hey, yo, you want to go check out S rank?
I don't care. What kind of S rank?
I have no idea.
Oh, an old one. Okay. But yeah, no. I think for whatever reason they were a little bit more like. I honestly feel like they were harder on you than they were on me, but I think it was just the people, like the individual security workers, were not 100% consistent in terms of how thorough they were, which is fine, I guess. But like, it was just unlucky.
Fair.
Like the lady you got at the entering Epcot was like, she was like,
She
I'm
was
going to pull apart
cross.
everything. I'm just like,
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's why I was mad. I'm like, there's no reason for this. There's nothing in here. Like, she just didn't appreciate what I was serving. Suri got the person on her first day and was trying to make an impression.
That's what it felt like. Yeah.
I don't know. She didn't look like she didn't know what she was doing. She knew what she was doing.
To be
just
fair though, like Disney
hated
trains
life.
people well. Weird though. But yeah, so what we did the next day.
Yeah.
God, we sure did cram a lot into this trip. So bear in mind, we leave the park at probably 11 by the time we get out of the park, because like we leave the restaurant at like 9:30, 9:40. We spend 30 minutes or so getting back to like our park and then the car, and like maybe 45 minutes in total. And so we get home at, I don't know, like 11:30, 11:45, something like that. And we stay up for a little bit because like I'm doing a bit of packing and we're talking, because the next day we have a flight scheduled to go to Key West, which we need to be up at 5 a.m. for.
Yeah.
So we get to bed at about 3 a.m. I think that's cold, right? Yeah. And God, we do make it to the airport on time. Everything actually goes pretty smoothly. But the airport, okay, so we flew via Silver Airlines, which is a like little like regional airline associated with United Airlines. And we have a lot to say about Silver. So Silver, first of all, never reports their flights as not on time. So our flight was scheduled to board at 8:20 a.m. It boarded at 9:28 a.m. Pardon. And at no point did it get reported as late.
Yeah.
So we go out the jet bridge. We go out the jet bridge, and we're basically just like on the tarmac. Like we just like
We go down the jet bridge, and at the end of the jet bridge is just open sky, and it's like, oh, that's not. Where's the plane? And then there's just like a fucking staircase, and so we walk down, and then there's like somebody standing there, and then a bunch of cones like dictating for you to where to go, and then there's a plane at the end of this line of cones.
Hi 970.
Hi 970. You continue. I'm sorry.
No, you were good. Yeah, so we get on the plane. So first of all, the plane is a little tiny dual prop plane. It is wild. I've never been in a plane like that. It boards from the back, which was great because we had seats that were in the very back. We were in like the 13th row of like 16 or something, or 15th row of 17, something like that. And
It was an ATR 72-600.
which I think was
like,
different from the plane that we took back, right?
No, they were both ATR 72-600s.
Oh, okay.
They are like the less safe of the two puddle jumper, like small regional commercial flyers. They seat like 78 passengers. They have a like ceiling of like 30,000 feet, but they fly a lot lower than that most of the time, and they have like a top speed of like 300 miles an hour.
Yeah, so we board this. Admittedly, the flight was actually a really pleasant experience. We sat next to each other, and then, it was like, what would you call that? 2x2, I guess.
Yeah, they were 2x2.
And it was very comfy. We rested on each other. It was very nice.
They were like, it was fine. Like, it's always cool to walk out on the tarmac. Like, in general, like, aside from it being late, can't really complain.
Right, and I mean, the lateness would unfortunately prove to be a bit of a trend. But no, we touched down. We're like an hour late. Rory here manages to convince the hotel to let us check in early, which was very nice.
I got them.
We're both exhausted. We had 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, that was crazy. Because we're on 2 hours of sleep. Like, we're both shot. But no, we Uber over to Enterprise. Our Uber was a very nice like Toyota Highlander, I think. It was comfy. That was a very comfy car.
Yeah.
I was unprepared for how nice that was going to be in the interior. So we're at Key West. We Uber over to Enterprise. I managed to figure out that we could rent a their quote luxury, luxury brands. What do you call this? Luxury level
Class.
of rental? Class. That's probably the best word for it. For like $200, 200, maybe 250, all said and done. So it wasn't what we were expecting, given their description on the website, but we ended up getting a Volvo S60. Do you want to take over from here? I'm
The Volvo S60.
It's a fun car. It's a pretty fun
It's really
car.
nice. It's really fun. It's like 250 horsepower and torque or something like that. Does 0 to 60 in like 6.2 seconds.
Handles
Really
really well.
satisfying driving experience. Like really, really solid. It's not an SUV. You're thinking of the like
XC60, I think, or XC50 or
Yeah.
something.
the X, Volvo X. The ones that start with X are SUVs. The V are hatchbacks, and the S are sedans. And the steering, the handling, like that car was like everything about it was on point. The interior, very nice. Like all the materials felt really solid and authentic.
Yeah, it was very
Um,
comfortable. Like, I mean,
Very
I'm sure we'll
quiet,
get there,
very
but it was very comfortable.
Yeah. The infotainment was very snappy. Like, I had to throw that in there. The dash is all digital, but it had like analog displayed gauges, or like Fox analog gauges with like a map in the middle.
Oh, faux analog. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And but they were like really snappy response, but like the actual infotainment as you interact with it had no lag. Like every other car you get in, it has like a laggy infotainment system. Like every make that I interact with, it feels like it's like you push the button, you wait half a second, but that half a second feels like an eternity. Like I just want to play my MP3. I just want to turn the air conditioning on. Like this shouldn't be this way.
Yeah.
But the Volvo was great.
Oh, it's like the 21 months. I have to give a special shout out to the Google Maps, because like it had Google Maps built into the console, and when you would plug in your destination on the nice big screen, it would then put like a heads-up display on in the middle of your like dashboard, like in your gauge cluster of like
Between the speedo and the
yes.
RPM.
That was so cool.
No, I would absolutely buy one of these cars. Volvo, if you're out there, I guess we've already like plugged it, but like, you know,
We'll plug you
now
more.
it's your term. You're
Yeah.
trying to. I'll get the car wrapped.
It was a nice looking car. Also, hi Demora. It was a very like I like the styling on it a lot. Like we were kind of like, you know, we were like musing about the idea of like other cars its class, and I will say like the Volvo was very nice looking. It's got a little bit more kind of aggressive styling, and it's very clean.
Yeah. Like they didn't used to be like old Volvos back in the 90s, not very attractive, but like they were built like fucking tanks. I guess because they went from making tanks to go making Volvos. I don't know what Volvo you can make. I like to imagine those things. You bought one earlier this year, Makoto? Fuck yeah! What did you get?
Whoa, cool. Why do cars have a Speedo as beach wear now standard? Listen,
It's Florida.
Yeah, it's Florida. You want your car to be, you know, dressed to impress.
I was impressed. It was a very cool looking car. I took a lot of pictures of the car. I'll post some pictures from the trip because I brought my mirrorless. I brought my tripod. Like, yeah.
So we got the car. We went back to the hotel. We slept for several hours.
Yeah.
We needed it. We needed it, to be fair. And then we went to the beach.
Went to get food.
Oh, did we get food first?
I don't actually know. We like ran some errands. We went to the beach, and we got food. But
Because we got
remember
Starbucks like right after getting the Volvo. That's right. And then
I thought that was funny because I think you got some sort of coffee thing. No, that was not the coffee thing. I think I was ready to warn you if you were about to get coffee that we might nap. You got.
you're right. I got a refresher, which has a
refresher.
mild amount of caffeine, but nothing that I can't handle.
And then we passed the fuck out. You want to talk about the beach?
I can talk about the beach. So we went to the beach. I put on a brand new swimming suit. It was very cute. She wore her
I can confirm.
lovely bikini top and so on. It was very cute as well.
Her one piece is very nice. It reminds me of her VTuber fit with like the
Oh my god.
see-through bit in the middle. A++ would examine again.
Oh my god. So we get to the beach. Not very crowded. It is off season. It was definitely off season. Although one of the other attractions was very crowded despite that. We'll get there. But the beach itself was very quiet. Apparently Key West is not really known for its beaches. And it was covered in seaweed. Like dead, kind of rotting seaweed. The water was chock full of it. Despite that, though, we had a good time. We did end up going swimming. The water was warmer than the air, I think, honestly.
So, yes, the water was in fact warmer than the air by far. It was like a jacuzzi.
It was
And
great.
the waves weren't intense at all. So, like, it was just like being sloshed around in a jacuzzi full of seaweed.
Yeah, we got jacuzzi. We got seaweed everywhere. Unmentionable places. It was kind
Oh
of
my god.
Oh, there was so much seaweed. The sand was also, I didn't realize this. I'm wondering if it's like crushed like seashell kind of like that kind of material rather than like traditional sand, because that was weird sand.
Yeah, it was crunchy. All I'm hearing is free seaweed, free seaweed.
It was a lot of free seaweed.
I'm sure you could eat it.
Yeah.
That
but-
sounds great. Yeah, really nice.
I mean, like we had a good time. Like the water was really, really nice. We saw, despite how kind of murky the water was, it was a little icky. We did manage to see a school of fish swim by us too, which was really cool. Like it was neat. We only spent probably 30-45 minutes at the beach, and then we headed back. We washed off extremely thoroughly and then showered in the hotel shower. You know, my condolences to whoever had to clean that afterwards, because there was a lot of sand. I feel bad about
I
that, but
felt
like
bad. I
there was
normally
nothing we could do.
Clean up all that. Well, like
I guess we could have
I
washed
was
it down
thinking
more.
about finding like a sheet of paper and using that to like using that in my hand to like wipe all the the sand onto the paper once the thing dried out, and then like just yeah, like scoop it into the trash can. But we didn't have time for that, so
Wildfire photographed. Glad to hear you're safe, Kamiko. It's a good picture.
I hope the fire stays away, and like I hope you are safe and everybody around you is safe. But feel free to post pictures later if you want to, by the way. So Rory needed an hour to detangle all the seaweed from her tail.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, tail's definitely a hazard when it comes to seaweed.
Seaweed like clings to you.
It really
like-
does.
It's like got that like static cling going on, so like you have to use like a good, very mild soap on your tail to get it to detach. Numi, thank you so much for the 13 months.
And
Hope you're doing
unfortunately,
well.
all we had was hotel soap. We made do. We made do. It was fine.
Yeah.
And the hotel room was nice. It wasn't like anything like super standout, but it was very comfortable. It was very clean. No bed bugs.
Oh my god. The hotel was pretty nice, yeah. I liked it. We had a porch that we unfortunately didn't really have time to use, but
Yeah, if we
It
were
was
staying for like 2 nights maybe, but
mhm.
and then I think we
Then
went to
we ate.
dinner. Did we just go straight to dinner? Because I feel like by this time it was like no,
We
because
had
that was only
lunch
like
and dinner.
yeah. What did we
Yeah.
do for lunch?
So we had the hurricane hole for lunch, and I had the shrimp,
Jesus.
fried shrimp, and you had the jambalaya.
Yes, I forgot about this.
Welcome,
This was
Nova.
actually before the beach, wasn't it? This was after the nap,
Yeah.
before the beach. So, okay, Hurricane Hole. Okay, so listen. First of all, what a name. Second of all,
Cookie cutter. Wait, what is cookie cutter?
we did in fact
Sorry.
say Hurricane Hole, Dova.
Welcome everybody from Dova Stream, and
Welcome
if
in.
you didn't
We'll
come
give
in
you a
with a
shout out as
raid,
well.
please check out Dova. Fucking cool streamer. What is cookie cutter? Is that like cookie clicker?
That's a good question.
Welcome in raiders. Hurricane Hole is my
No!
stripper.
Oh, Jesus. But yeah, so Hurricane Hole, we went there for the seafood, and they had no seafood other than shrimp.
Yeah, we get seated and we're like ordering drinks, and they're like, "Oh, by the way, we didn't get any fish today."
The Metroidvania, gory and fun. Ooh, okay. Cool.
Well, that is cool.
Innuendo way of saying
Yeah.
Eye of the Storm. Okay, fair.
Jesus.
But
Girls gotta
Jesus.
eat, get it done, Hurricane Hole.
Jesus Christ. But no, despite that, like I think both of our food was pretty good. Like the jambalaya was nice and spicy. It was a humongous serving. I couldn't finish it. But it was good. Like I just, it was like I was really there for the seafood. So I was kind of pissed, but it was like not pissed enough to leave and go somewhere else. And the jambalaya
Yeah.
was good.
That's how we stayed, I think, in part because like we knew we were short on time because we had all these things we wanted to do in like the one night we'd be there.
Right? Yeah.
Like eat twice, then have time to go swimming and
Right.
napping.
But it was pretty
Um,
good despite that. Oh, and we made, that was right, because we made a quick trip to CVS before the beach trip so we could buy like sunscreen and
right.
stuff. Despite the
We
fact
did.
that we ended up going to the beach at like sunset when it didn't even matter.
Oh yeah, we spent a bunch of time putting suntan lotion on, and then we didn't get there until like 6 p.m.
Yup.
That's why it. Yeah.
I kind
Challenging
of, in
stuff.
retrospect,
That sounds
I
like
wish
fun, Tova.
I wish we'd spent more time like looking at the sunset, but like the clouds were gorgeous at least because we did see a lot of the clouds.
It was really pretty. I had this like mental image of like sitting on the porch watching the sunset after like the day, but like we're like constantly like running behind because we
Yeah.
try to do too much with too little time. This is like just the story of our lives.
Yeah, like to be fair, I feel like we were like 3 or 4 hours behind on everything since like Sunday basically, because it was like
be fair-
it took us longer than we expected to get everything set up, and then we
Right.
streamed, and then we went to bed late, and then we went to bed late again, and yeah, blah 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 blah.
Disney though, that worked out in our favor because like I felt like we wouldn't be able to handle a whole day of walking and being out in the heat and like looking for stuff to do. I feel like we would have exhausted ourselves and it would have made it
Maybe.
work.
Yeah. To be fair, like it's a little cooler earlier in the day, but even then it's still humid, so mileage may vary.
That's true and fair.
But yeah, no, so we went to the beach, we left the beach, we showered and everything in the hotel, and then we went for dinner. Do you want to talk dinner?
Dinner wasn't super like it gets an honorable mention, especially after
Yeah.
doing Space 220 the night before. Like dinner was just
Yeah.
a normal restaurant in a normal place. Like
That kind of
kinda
charged a
overpriced.
little bit. Yeah, more than they should, but
the fish was good, but like
it was.
wasn't like worth the money.
It wasn't $50 good. It was not even
Yeah.
close to $50 good. Like honestly,
No.
frankly, that's charging more than like Space 220 was for entree, and it wasn't.
Right. No, that was a scam. But the mocktails that we got, like,
Yeah, I saw a
not that
picture of
they
those.
did anything real fancy with them other than put an orange in the glass. They were good.
Yeah,
It
the
was just
mocktails are
cans.
great. I want to like find those and order those because it was like a palm something or palm.
Yeah. No, I don't remember.
I have pictures of them. And like the other one was like a spritz, and they tasted very similar to an alcoholic cocktail, which is I think high praise for something with no alcohol in it. So that was very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, dinner was okay, and then okay, well you should definitely cover the after dinner.
The after dinner, like where we went.
Yeah, I mean basically.
We went to the north part of the island.
Well, come on, tell the story.
Tell it. Like we went. I wanted to go to the north part of the island because there's another beach out on that side, and I'm like, this is Key West. Like it's like, there's got to be something worth seeing here somewhere.
Jesus.
To be fair, it was really cool seeing this like tiny airport on this tiny island that's like full of people and things. And you know what? We didn't even talk about all the like awesome like Mexican food on the island. Maybe that was the next day. Yeah, maybe that's the next day. We'll get
That
to
was the next day. Yeah.
okay. Making sure I'm out of order. The my brain's rebooting. I saw this beach on Google Maps, and it's like right on downtown. So I'm like, we get to drive through downtown. We can see it from the safety of the car, and we can check out this little beach. Well, I think it closed at night, so we didn't really linger. But we get there, and it's like, it's tiny. It's probably like 200 feet from one side to the other, just like crammed in between a little tiny pier and some like surf shop type thing. I don't know what it was, but like it had like buoys at the end of it and everything. It's like boxed in on two sides, or on the like the left and right, and then like buoys. It's like, it looked like it's like a McDonald's play place for the ocean. Like it was
Yeah.
the saddest excuse for a beach I have seen in my entire life. And I've lived a very long time.
But yeah, no, it was fine. I don't know. The water was clear, which is about the best I can say for it, but like it was also kind of late. It's a little hard to tell. I don't know. It was
Yeah.
fine. It was fine.
Like the water could be clear as bath water, and the size of that beach, like there could be like 10 people there and it would be crowded.
Yeah, no. Or at the very least, like 10 parties of people. Yeah.
Well, no, that would be, you'd be like touching people.
Jesus.
Uh,
Santiago Peak
Oh.
camera. Nope. Sorry. Sounds like one of those inland beaches. I mean, like the thing is, Key West is just really small, and it's not really known for its beaches. Like the beaches were just
most of
fine.
most of the coastline is like rock. So like they had little beaches scattered around, but like they probably have to do a lot to maintain them. because I imagine they just rode away otherwise. But like, I imagine
Maybe.
the keys, and I should have done more research, would be like the Outer Banks, big sand bank torps, like sort of thing. And like, yeah, at the end of it, Key West is this like human civilization, like touristy spot. But I imagine they'd be all this wonderful beach hours away as you drive down the Keys. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Was there anything else to talk about that night?
I mean, you took a long exposure photo over by the hotel.
Oh, right. So I did want to try some low exposure photography while I was down there too, of the stars and such. But like, one, it was probably going to be cloudy every night. And two, it was late enough at that point that I didn't necessarily want to drive an hour or two out into the other islands to get away from civilization and the and all the light pollution. So we ended up looking for one spot, one island over, but that turned out to be like some weird private area. So we turned around and went back to the hotel where there was, because like hotels on the edge of the island too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and plus we were like, we don't want to go super far out because we wanted to get to the hotel room so we could do re-clears. Yep, that's definitely.
No, we definitely wanted to get back in time to re-clear.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Can you drive between these islands? Yes. There's a road that goes all the way out to the Keys.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Initially thought about driving to the Keys, but then we're like, well, why don't we just fly? Because
fly there, rent a car back. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So there was like parking along the road that circles the island. So outside the hotel, I went a little further down and parked and took some photos from there, which turned out to be fairly light pollution and cloudy, and I don't know, they're good, but I got a really cool picture of the car there that I'll post later.
The car was gorgeous. Yeah, the car is very cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that, Fuzzy. I'm not familiar, but that sounds like a shame.
Are there a bunch of long bridges? Yes.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Should I continue with like the next day then?
I could touch on breakfast if you want to cover the drive, maybe.
That would be lovely.
Sure. So we get up at whatever time. I don't remember. It wasn't super early. And
can I just read Sanders' comment?
Yes, by all means.
Rory and Fizzy doing the most savage of hotel room content.
Jesus Christ. We ended up being too tired for any kind of savage. Yeah.
The hotel room.
Any kind of savagery. But yeah, no, we got up. We picked a joint that was close by and had good reviews. It was barely better than a food truck in terms of like space. It was this little tiny like shack. War, hey, thank you for the raid.
Hi, Warcraft.
Ayo, pirate raid. We're just talking about Key West. That's like basically next to the Bahamas. That's like pirate territory.
Mm-hmm.
How was your stream, War? So we get there, a little tiny, like basically like shack of a building, but it was some damn good Mexican food. I got like a breakfast burrito that was the best breakfast burrito I think I've ever had. What did you get? You got like a breakfast platter, basically, right?
Yeah. I ordered. They had like this breakfast platter and like the menu site that they had like order online set up from. Just listed as like 2 eggs and toast for like $13 or $14. And I'm like, well, whatever. I'm willing to spend that on anything right now. So like, sure.
Yeah.
But they had like a ton of stuff. It was like tomato, avocado.
They gave you like a whole half an avocado, didn't they?
Yes. 2 pieces of toast, eggs. There's some other stuff in there that was good too. I don't remember.
And the toast was unconventional, I remember.
It was some kind of other bread toast thing. But like there was something else. Was it like a muffin or something? I don't remember.
Oh. I don't remember super quick. It was like cornbread or something.
Was that there or was that some other place?
I'm pretty
'Cause
sure that
like
was there.
Cornbread, blueberry.
Because I remember you talking about the Hawaiian rolls thing. Memeing about Hawaiian
yeah,
rolls.
the toast I felt like was made with Hawaiian rolls.
And I'm pretty sure that was
And-
all the same meal.
Pretty good. Yeah. No, the blueberry cornbread muffin was amazing.
That's what
And
it was. Yeah.
that was like, I love eggs, so like just give me some like straight up eggs and I will be happy. I'll be very happy. Any form I will consume. And well,
Except for
I
microwave.
do also yeah, no, don't microwave eggs.
Hey, god damn it, Sarah.
Hey, yo. But yeah, no, blueberry muffin. Well, cornbread muffin in this case. Like, God, that was good. I would go back just for that. But like, that place was like this little hole in the wall, but like, it's really cool. The food was really good. It was cheap for Key West.
Stream was good, leveling my black mage and chilling. I'm sorry to raid and run. No worries, War. Hey, make sure you check out War if you didn't come into the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, War.
Thank you for
Enjoy.
dropping in more. Let me get
Enjoy
you a
your
shout out
post stream.
there as well.
Enjoy your post stream, and I hope you get some tasty food. And also, hello, Sahili.
Yeah, never feel bad about raiding and running. It's,
No,
you
absolutely.
stream up until you can't stream anymore. That's how it works.
Yup. We ate breakfast at the parking lot of another beach, which was more crowded.
Oh yeah,
Which is that what
We
their
drove
the
to a-
fort was? We didn't really get a chance
state
to look
park.
at it too close.
there was the fort there. Yes, there's some kind of fort. I think we also drove by the most southern point of the continental United States.
Yes, so there's like a little basically like a buoy almost.
Mhm.
And it's like, on dry land. And it's basically like a little landmark. But the thing is there was a line of like 40 people or something to take a picture with
Right.
it. And so we
Like,
drive
half
up
the
to
people
it.
on the island. We're standing there in line to take a picture in front of the thing.
So we roll up to this in our nice little Volvo S60 and we're like, hey, Ruri, you want to just go on? To be fair, she probably asked me. We were just like, this is not worth it. Oh, I forgot to mention the best part about the Mexican place. They had a little chicken outside, like a real actual live chicken. There's some
Yeah,
live
no, that
chickens
was-
elsewhere on the island too.
Yeah, it's really cute. It's just chilling, minding its own business. I like how it's right next to some guy's yard. Yeah,
Yes.
like you see all these pictures and it's like this concrete buoy that's like up on the, like, I don't know, on some boardwalk or something with the ocean behind it, but it's literally just the corner, like this street corner with this thing on it and a railing behind it with a view, but like it's shoved in the narrowest, tightest space between like a building and like, I don't know, parking or something. Like the building sticks out further than it, so like there's nothing the most southern about it. Like, yeah, it's near the south of the continental United States, relatively. Like,
Well, the weird
maybe
thing
it's
is,
like 5 meters away, but
I feel like you look at the map and the beach we went to was actually more south. So it was just kind of confusing.
I never confirmed for sure, but like it's definitely close enough that it doesn't matter in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the like depending on how you, it's hard to tell with maps because of how the projection works
Right.
Since they're
No, it's true.
and all that. But like also like where do you start? Where does where's your 0 degree mark? Like, because the North Pole magnetic north shifts, so we're like talking like absolute like map north
Oh my
or
god. Yeah. Tormented War
Uh,
by tanking for him. Nice.
like nice. So yeah, we didn't stop. I took a picture while Fizzy drove by.
Yup. And then we went over to the beach and we ate our breakfast. And it was very good. And then we walked around a little bit.
I overheated.
Yeah, I tried to keep her cool with a parasol, but it was pretty hot out.
We walked like 300 feet, got back in the. Well, I guess we were about to get back in the car, and we're like, oh, the other side's prettier. So we walked over there. Then,
At least the other side was shady too, so that helped.
yeah, I recovered momentarily.
That beach was
Then
nice
I got
too. It
back
was
in
cute.
the car and took ibuprofen. It was really nice. That's where all the people were.
Yeah, for real. No, that beach was pretty good too.
Yeah, it was cleaner, nicer, but like still like not like what you would expect, because like I don't know, I had the impression that Key West was like, yeah, it's a tourist hotspot, but like it's also like really nice. And, it was great. Like I had a great time and it was fun and really scenic, but like just don't go for the
Definitely scenic.
beaches.
Yeah.
Mhm. Go for the scooters and the Mexican food.
Yeah, and like, it was cute. Like, it's just that like, I don't know. It's like a little beach town. I don't know, like, which is like it's a positive, but it's definitely like that is what you should expect. I feel like going there.
Yeah.
And then I guess we set out basically, right? Like we started on our way back.
By that point, it was like
Probably
getting to be
1
afternoon,
or
and I was like,
something.
well, we need
Yeah.
to start because we had to drive to Fort Lauderdale.
Hollywood.
True. Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. Because I booked the flight back, and it would be. I just picked the Miami area rather than necessarily Miami, because the airports are close enough together that felt like it wouldn't matter. And
Oh, and we should clarify. We specifically were like, well, the drive back from the Keys will be really cool. Like, we want to drive it at least once, right? Is what we figured.
That was the whole point. Like,
Right.
I'd always wanted to drive down to the end of the Florida Keys because I've driven the Outer Banks before. It was really pretty, really long drive though. But you have all these like really nice bridges and like all this nice scenery and all these nice beaches. So like the Keys are the one people talk about. So like I wanted to drive the bridges.
Yeah.
So
So we have our nice S60 and we set out. And okay, well, so first we stop at Bahia Honda, which is another key. It's the Bahia Honda key. And that one was actually really cute as well. That one I've heard has the best beaches of the Keys. And admittedly, we stopped very briefly to like walk around the beach, and it was very nice. It's maybe 45 minutes away or something from the Key West. And we went to the gift shop, and that was about it. Like, I guess we just set out. Like, we made a couple stops
Yeah.
at various beaches, but
we would stop then wherever we saw like something kind of scenic. There's a big naval station there, but like you couldn't really see it from the road, so that was kind of a bummer. But Boca Chica Beach is on the opposite side of the naval station, so if you want to drive all the way around that island, the third island from the end, you can see the back of the naval station and the runways. So unfortunately, I didn't want to bring a bunch of lenses and didn't have my 200 to 500 millimeter lens on me. But if I had it on me, you would have F-16 pictures right now, because we got to see an F-16 take off. Granted from a distance, but like
no, that was neat though. Yeah.
yeah. So like that is a cool beach spot that like nobody goes to because it's so far out of the way. Because it's like tucked around the back of this military base, naval station. Also, there's nothing there other than that. Like, it's literally a fence that says "Don't fucking cross this line," and a really narrow beach, but like plenty of room because it kept going beyond the road. Like, we could have walked down. It was hot.
Yeah,
I did
it was
not.
very, I almost want to describe it as like rural.
Yeah,
It was
no,
very like undeveloped, very kind of like, but like undeveloped
what
in a
I
way where it was like
expected.
adjacent to this gigantic naval base.
Yeah. going to sleep, though. But have a good night, and thank you for coming over once again.
Yeah, rest well. Does it count as like part of the continental United States if you need a man-made bridge or a boat to reach it? So that's tricky, but the thing about the Keys is that a lot
They're on
of the
same
Keys
tectonic plate.
that fair, but also like the Keys is very shallow for a lot of it. So I imagine that like if you had like a vehicle capable of like going through, let's call it knee-deep water, you probably, even without bridges, could maybe drive all the way to the end of Key West. I think.
I think they dredged some of that to make boat passageways and ports.
Fair.
But I imagine before humans came along, that was the way of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we continued back to the mainland. It was basically nothing spectacular after that.
Yeah.
The road was one lane each way. There were really long bridges, but for the most part, they weren't super scenic. One was like, there were one or two that were really nice and pretty, but like,
they're mostly pretty low.
Where was the bridge with all the like? Oh no, that was Tampa. We'll get to that later. So,
Yeah.
no, don't go to the Keys. Go to Tampa.
The coolest thing I feel like we saw along the drive, aside from just passing like, welcome to the T Keys, welcome to the Keys of the Last Resort. I don't know what the hell they were called.
The Keys of Last Resort. Yeah, because you were like, wow, the floor. Well, it's cheaper than expected. There might be a reason for that.
Well, to be fair, you're on off season too, but like, yeah.
If you went there on season, like I felt like it was a good experience. Like I'm not like
No, it was
bashing
cute.
the Keys,
Yeah.
but like you gotta admit expectations are high, given how the Keys are made to sound. I guess. So like if I went there and they were like overcrowded, it would be.
I know if you're into like scubaing and diving, apparently I think it's like Key Largo is really, really good for that. But like, I don't know. Key Largo is
I
also
guess that
like
makes
just south of
sense.
Miami. It's like one of the
Plus
closest
water's
ones.
So warm.
Yeah.
I was afraid to go far out though from shore there because
It was murky as all hell.
yeah.
Yeah, no, the drive back was kind of underwhelming.
We got to the mainland. We went to the airport, returned the car.
All very uneventful, which is honestly probably a good thing.
We went for another Silver Airways flight.
We sure as hell did. It was scheduled to
Um,
take off at 9, I think, p.m., and it didn't take off until 10 or something.
The TSA searched me on my way there.
Yeah,
and
ironically.
they searched Fizzy twice on the way back. And
It
then,
was
well,
great.
me again.
Well, no. So here's the thing.
Did I get by that time?
No, you
I did
didn't. No, you
go
got
for
searched
back.
both ways. I didn't get searched going to
Right.
the Keys. And then we had 3 bags between us. I had a carry-on and a backpack. She had a backpack, and I would just stuff my purse into my backpack when we were going through security or going on the plane. And
Yeah. They didn't even search the bag with the antimatter in it.
I was gonna say we had 3 bags between us effectively that needed to go through, and one of them had things that I won't talk about on stream in it, but that was the one we were expecting to get scanned, or not to scanned. I mean, they all get scanned. That was the one we were expecting to get searched, and that was the only one that didn't get searched. And we're like, huh? Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
That was very.
You poor thing.
Yeah.
That scanning wand went places.
Oh yeah, no, I mean they definitely patted me down both times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The first time I forgot my belt. The second time I'm not really sure why they patted me down so much, but you know, maybe they just wanted to be frisky or something.
Oh.
TSA doesn't have
Sorry.
enough training to recognize antimatter. That's probably true.
I mean, you can't see antimatter in the X-rays, can you? That
I guess it would just look like normal matter.
Interesting thought. I'd never actually considered it.
Is that what we're calling that? That's just officially what we're calling that from here on.
Antimatter?
Yeah,
It was antimatter.
it was antimatter. It's true.
Actually, am I allowed to say that?
Does it
I feel
matter?
like I talked about. God damn. It's not X-rating. It's X. Yeah, it's XX-ray.
Oh yeah, these were the updated scanners. The other ones, the ones from MCO were the crappy, like old-fashioned, like X-ray. But we had the new ones, so we didn't have to take our
Fort
laptops out of our
Lauderdale was
bags.
nice.
Fort Lauderdale was really good, admittedly, minus the part where we got searched a bunch. But
Yeah.
no, it was really good.
At least they were nice about it.
True. No, all of the security people were friendly,
Aside from the
including.
one that was overly friendly with you.
Yeah,
Um,
it's okay.
Sure, the Key West Airport had a gas-powered scanner. We didn't get to go through TSA at Key West. It would
We
have
were
been
almost
entertaining.
disappointed. Yeah, we were like, because like that was the smallest airport I've ever been to.
So like, we land out somewhere and had to like walk around the whole airport to go inside the airport to get out of the airport at Key West.
Yeah, just to be
And
clear,
we walked by.
like we
Yeah.
literally are walking like down the tarmac to get to the
Uh-huh.
airport. Jesus.
To go through it to get out of the airport.
Uh-huh.
Like I could have just wandered off at some point because there's such a long walk. But we walk past the part where the people who load the baggage put it on the carousel outside. It looks like it's been through way too much sunlight. It's like crusty. It's just like this little tiny loop. I'm like, how are they gonna put all the bags on there unless that thing's like moving really fast? Because like it was just like 10-foot like loop of like baggage carousel sticking out, and then immediately after that is the door to go inside. Well, we walk inside and it's just the lobby. Like there's nothing, no in between, no hall. It's just bam, right there. You're in the lobby with the baggage. Like check. Guess what? The carousel just goes to the same wall. There's no like room or extension or anything. And it's just another like 10-foot loop on that side. So literally there's enough room for like maybe 20 bags. And they
That's
just go
so
around in a
good.
circle. Outside, inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside, inside.
It was
It's the
adorable.
fucking silliest thing.
God, that was adorable.
Uh,
But
if you
yeah,
ever wanna get
no.
back on the tarmac at Key West Airport, just sit on the baggage carousel and it'll take you right there.
Oh my God.
It won't take long at all.
Jesus.
Uh,
Yeah, no, Fort Lauderdale was nice. Again, Silver was very late, which was frustrating because like the flight was just late enough that all the restaurants inside the airport started to close. So I dropped. We got chicken tenders to share, and I dropped one of them. Kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like an hour late. At no point did they say when it would be, or
Just like it's
what it
on
would
time.
be. And they were
Smile.
like, oh yeah. By the way, there are three flights that we board out of the same gate. Don't worry, your flight will definitely leave as soon as we get these other ones out of the way. They said that the plane was on its way, and as soon as they got it there too, they would board. The plane was sitting at the airport for the past 5 hours. I located the plane. They just, yeah, no.
It was Silver Airlines. Like the flights themselves were fine, and the aircraft seemed fine. But
That
yeah.
second one, I don't know about. I don't know. I haven't looked up yet, but like the second one did not feel right to me. That
there
vibration
was a
it had
vibration. Yeah.
was that vibration. Like the first one, normally I don't fly small carriers, so like even when I go, even when I take a normal commercial flight on like one of the top three, like United, American, Delta. Granted, I don't consider American a top carrier anymore. They're garbage.
Oh, well, that's
So-
good.
Delta, United, or Alaska Airlines, which I used to also avoid because of the jack screw incident and all the other incidents that they've had.
The door
Um,
fell off.
Oh yeah, the door fell off that one too. neither of these were Boeing. The Silver Airlines flights were both ATR 72-600s or something. I forget.
That was Boeing's
Um,
fault. Fair. The door falling off.
Oh yeah, no, that was Boeing's fault. But the well, the second flight had this like 20 to 40 hertz, maybe 15 even hertz
I recorded it.
vibration that I felt like was like a dampener issue. Like one of the engines had like an imbalance. It's like its dampener wasn't fitted properly, or it had like a missing screw or bolt or something. Like I was like, all right, well, it's not going to be like a crash where we die necessarily. It's just going to be a really rough landing because after we have the fucking engine failure and then the other engine fails because they're maintained about as well as a shitty bus. Like, I'm just like sitting there going through all the scenarios in my head.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here cuddling her.
Yeah, she knew I was probably having anxiety, but like I decided to fly this because like I had the thought of like, what if I just rented a plane? Because I wanted to make a special little thing, and I'm like, we could just fly down to the Keys. I could hire a pilot, I could be the co-pilot, and we could fly GA down to the Keys with a private plane, and I could rent a plane. But yeah, and I would get hours for it too. It'd be great. But and there's a lot of like flight schools in Florida and stuff like that. So like it'd be really good. Aside from the fact that I'm not IFR rated, and it would almost certainly be cloudy. So like
True.
it would be like, well, you can't actually fly this like. But I was like, well, you know, what happens to those instructors after they get into the commercial flying? They fly planes like these. So you know what? Might as well just fly one of these budget carriers. It'll probably be fine. So we flew the first silver flight, and I was like, yeah, that was fine. Like, and I loved getting out on the tarmac. I loved getting to see all the stuff. Like, it was fun. I didn't mind the hour delay in this case, and like we didn't check any bags, so they couldn't lose them. So like, it was nice. His little hop is great. And ATR has, in theory, fixed the de-icing issues that resulted in the loss of a American Airlines flight or American Eagle flight. They would happily remind you.
Yeah, and I mean, we were really scared about that because, you know, it's pretty cold in Florida during the summer.
Yeah. But yeah, the flight back, that vibration worried me, but like I haven't done research on it, so it could be fine, could be nothing, but food for thought. That's the thing that would get me to like avoid an airline or not, just because like I know your safety standards and things like that don't often include smaller carriers. They kind of correlate this data around like different classes of carrier. So that's why you have like all these major airlines like American Airlines. They operate through American Eagle so that they don't have to have the same standards and all this other stuff on the shorter hops that are less financially viable. I don't know. That's why they're the ones that always crash. So like, look at the
Dampener might have had a vibration-induced relaxation of threaded components. You're just saying that the vibration shook the screws loose? Let's hope not.
I mean,
I have that recording. I wonder if I should upload that somewhere. I'll scan it later.
You can send it to me and I can pick out the frequency and then I can do some research on it. But like, I also did a recording too, to be fair. I just was trying to be like discreet about it. But yeah, the Alaska Airlines flight, I think it was like the early 90s or the late 80s that crashed because of the jack screw failure. The jack screw in the elevator is a single point of failure, and it wasn't inspected frequently enough, and it had
Oh.
fatigue that caused the threads to kind of stretch. And eventually one of the threads gave out and it skipped the thread, so you lost a little bit of control range. But when thread gets skipped, suddenly you're jumping to another thread and it's putting a lot of torque, like a lot of suddenly a lot of load gets transferred because you build up some momentum, and it just slams into the next thread and just fucking strips all the way down. So it like stripped most of the screw, and then they're trying to recover, and then it just strips the rest of it more and more away. And yeah, that is the one where they flew the plane inverted. So, you know, they fought and kept this plane in the air for like 30 minutes or so, and then
Wow.
like it finally lost complete elevator authority, like after that 30 minutes, when they're like starting to think about how can they actually get it back over. I don't think they should have. I think they should have just put it down in the water upside down, but
Like, it's better than crashing, but it's also like that's
well,
a very
like,
bad
crash
scenario.
either way, but like, how do you? I don't know. Like, I don't like the way humans do procedural issues. Like, you get on, like, once you go through your checklist, you get on the phone with your company's maintenance department and try to work out, like, okay, what's probably the problem and all this stuff. But like, I feel like if you had like good experts at the airlines handling this sort of remote triage, they would have been able to work out that it was the jack screw, and they would have been able to work out that you're not going to be able to keep trying to recover that. Like, if you try to put more control inputs in, you're going to strip the rest of the screw and that plane's going to fall out of the sky. They should have put it down immediately. But that's why I don't like flying commercial. Like, I'm happy to fly GA because I check the plane myself before I fly. That's part of the work. Yeah, you can have like hidden cracks in the wing spars, like the PA-28, where the wings fall off and they fall out of the sky that way. But
Jesus.
like, I don't fly PA-28s anymore. Oh well. Sorry, I'm tangenting.
No worries. But yeah, no. We flew back. And then we had a moment where we're, walking to the car through MCO, which is very quiet because it's, it's pretty late. It's like 11:30. And we had this moment where basically we had discussed briefly prior to the trip. We were like, well, okay, so like Key West isn't known for its beaches, but what is like Clearwater and Tampa. And the hotels there are also, because it's still off season, no matter where you're looking in Florida right now, like the hotels are pretty reasonable for like a hotel with like beach access. Like literally, like you can walk out onto the beach practically. And so we briefly contemplated it. And so like as we're walking back, we're like, what if we just like, we have all our stuff, as long as we got somewhere that has a laundry, what if we just like said screw it and drove to Tampa? But the problem was, like, part of this was that I had a medication that is currently undergoing a shortage, and because of the nature of the medication, the only sort of, there's a thing called compounding pharmacies where basically they can manufacture prescriptions to order. But because of the nature of this medication, it requires a specific like sort of tier quality of compounding pharmacy, like the lab to produce the medication. So the only one that we could find that would do it was like 2 or 3 hours away. So which is conveniently very close to Tampa, less than an hour away. And so we were like, well, we don't know if the medication's going to be ready in time if we stay the night.
Kumiko, you gotta take your antihistamines. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. And so, anyways, long story short, we decided not to. We were like, okay, let's just get home and get some rest. And so Thursday kind of came and went. I feel like we hung out here for the most part, like at the house. We did a little bit of stuff. What did we do? We did something. We got food. I know that much.
I was tired. I was really tired that night.
Yeah,
like-
because we tried to stream and we ran into internet issues. That was when we did our like 30-minute very laggy stream.
Was that day?
That was Thursday.
Oh wait, so like we came back Wednesday, right?
Yeah, Wednesday very late. Wednesday, like
from
we
the
didn't get home
keys.
till like midnight.
And then Thursday we tried to stream, right? That also, to back up a little bit, going out to the plane at Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood Airport. So like before I mentioned like we follow all these cones out to the plane across the tarmac, and I posted a picture somewhere. But I also posted a picture later on Twitter, I think, of the second plane. That plane, we go out after like the person who went down the jet bridge before us. We found them on the tarmac standing at the end of the of the jet bridge thing, because this time the jet bridge had like this long ramp that made it a lot more accessible for like handicapped people and people in wheelchairs. The other one was a little steeper.
Yeah.
And we get to the bottom of this like ramp scaffolding at the end of the jet bridge, and it's like a parking lot for planes, except the plane in front of us is not operating. It is clearly shut down, mothballed, you name it. It is asleep for the night. And so the person in front of us like sees us walking up, and they're like, I'm just gonna follow you two. You look like you know what you're doing. Because like there's no cones, there's no people, there's just open tarmac. Like there's a couple cones like blocking us from like walking right up to this plane next to us, but then they end and just like go out into the void. So like we could
Right.
have walked over to other aircraft that were busy doing aircraft things. We could have wandered out so many places. So
I think
I walked
including like
around.
a silver. I think there was another silver airlines flight that was like doing its like shutdown sequence for the night because they were spinning up the propellers and shit. Like
The one that I took a picture of.
maybe.
I think you were talking about Silver Airlines Flight 52, which boarded like 30 minutes before we boarded.
Maybe that was that.
And
Yeah,
it
actually.
had been pushed back. Like it was like they had just finished pushback, and they were doing their run up. So
yes,
like
that's what. It
yeah,
was.
we could have walked over to the plane that was doing its run up, and you wouldn't want to stand anywhere near it for safety reasons. Like it was just far enough away that it wasn't too loud for you to talk and stuff. Like,
Right.
It wasn't like right up on us, but like it was like, oh, that's just over there. But like once we walked around this first plane, like I could see our plane. I recognized it by the tail numbers, and then like once we got closer to it, I could see that like, oh, okay, there's the flight attendant like waiting for the next passenger to help to make sure they don't fall out, because like there's no ramp there. It's just stairs, and they are steep. Like if you had a wheelchair, you would not be getting on this plane.
Yeah, no. Let me tell you, Antimatter is heavy, and getting into the plane while carrying that and my backpack, which I didn't like have correctly on my back because I'm an idiot, was difficult. It was extremely difficult.
I don't think about this sort of thing when I'm taking like commercial aircraft. So like I almost just fucking like walked out and fell, and we like I didn't
Holy
mention this,
crap.
but like I just like stepped out when we were getting off the plane because I was
Oh
like,
my God.
you know, I'm tired, it's late. I just step out into the fucking void. I'm like, oh, there's nothing here. I just grab the rail.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah, that was an experience.
but I got some really good pictures that time because like there's nobody around, so I'm just like taking pictures on both the like leaving part and the departure and like walking around and like doing all this. And like the flight attendant, I get on the plane, she's like, oh, well, I hid because I saw you were taking pictures. And I'm like, well, that she didn't want to be in the picture. Like, I was trying to find the plane that was ours. It would have been stellar if you had been out here, but you know.
Oh my God, I didn't catch that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was really fucking funny. Like, you know, you're not supposed to leave people unattended on the tarmac. But, you know, like, I am an ethical alien. I'm not gonna steal a plane,
Oh, Jesus.
no matter how tempting. Yeah. So I had to mention that tidbit. It was very funny. But leaving, when we got to MCO, after we landed and I took a couple more pictures, that is where like there was like a baggage person or somebody out there just watching to make sure like we didn't wander off that time. And like I get off the plane, I see them in the distance, I ignore them, I walk up to like one of the like barriers and like snap some good pictures of the plane because I'm like, what are they gonna do? Tell me to like fuck off? Like, then I'll fuck off. And like lightning strikes as I'm taking the picture, and I got like the best fucking photo.
It
of
was
that plane.
pretty
It was
cool.
so good.
It was
And then I turn around and the dude is right behind me, just standing there, and I'm like, he didn't move, like he just happened to be like, I just happened to like walk sideways and backwards until I was like close to him, but like I knew I wasn't gonna run into anybody. But he's like, I turn around to continue on my way back to the terminal, or over to the terminal, whatever, not back to, hadn't been there yet. And I like smile politely and like nod or whatever, and he just like doesn't change his expression, continues to stare at me. It's just like,
Jesus Christ.
oh, okay, I'm just gonna go. Like, I'm sorry. Like, destroyed in seconds.
Jesus. But yeah, MCO was quiet, which was nice.
Yeah.
That was pleasant.
But yeah, Thursday we streamed for like 30 minutes and then called it because I don't know what the fuck like made it out.
So I mean, if you actually go back and watch the VOD, like it is a complete VOD minus the sections where we restarted the modem. But
yeah, but
like,
like if
the
you were watching
buffering
it
was-
live,
it was completely unwatchable, or mostly unwatchable.
right? Like props to the
Spectrum is
people
a
that like
ass.
that hung out while we tried to
Yes.
figure things out Thursday.
Big props.
We tried to work out what
I don't
we
mean
could
the
do. Jesus. Like I ran speed test on my phone connection. Busy ran speed test on her phone connection. We tried to see if there was like a lower threshold at which we could get stable output in on the internet. We tried resetting the modem. We tried resetting the router separately and together and all this stuff. It was completely out of our hands, unfortunately, and the infrastructure of the cell networks would not be enough to do even like a low bandwidth stream.
Yeah, I guess the only thing we didn't try was like streaming at like 1500 or 2K, but like at that point the stream's gonna be a wash of
Audio.
pixels.
Yeah. We would have had to stream at like 480 interlaced.
Right. No, it would have been rough.
And
It would have been very
Twitch
rough.
doesn't support that.
So Thursday was kind of a wash. Like we slept in and we relaxed and had a nice time, but like it was a bit of a wash. And then I did get a text that my medication was ready. So Friday, after a little bit of discussion, we decided to set out. I think we set out around like 11 or something.
Yeah.
We actually made it out relatively early, like before noon, I think. The pharmacy was fine. No further details. The medication was outrageously expensive compared to getting it conventionally, but such is life. okay. It was like probably 70% more per unit or something, which is pretty bad. But I guess when you consider like it's available during a shortage, nice. But
Yeah, I mean, like, there are things you can say about every aspect of that, but like everybody knows.
the fact that there's a shortage in the medication to begin with is stupid.
Right.
Especially being that like it can be compounded, so like clearly something is stupid here. But
It's yeah, no, I will keep my mouth shut.
anyways, yeah, outrageous. But yeah, we're leaving the pharmacy and we're like, well, so okay. So first of all, this medication needs to remain near room temperature. Like if it can have brief jaunts above it, but it should remain near like controlled room temperature, which is 77 degrees Fahrenheit. But we're like, well, but we kind of want to go to the beach, and like we're really close to Tampa and Clearwater. Like, what if we just drove up? And so like we were like, all right, screw it. And so we drive up, and initially I remember you were like, man, maybe we shouldn't have done this. Maybe we should have just driven straight home, because like it was like, well, it's gonna be like a 3-hour drive home, and it's getting pretty late, and if we want to make it in time to stream, we can only have like a half an hour at the beach. But then I did my internet tests. Like I basically like remoted into my computer, started a test broadcast, and then pulled up Twitch Inspector, and it was like, oh no, you're not streaming tonight. And we're like, oh, okay, well, never mind.
You're like, okay, well, we can take our time.
That beach was interesting though. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so like, I did do some research while Fizzy was driving, and I was like, wait, we've been to Clearwater before.
We
So I
had.
was like, wait a second. It wasn't anything special when we went. Like, it was nice. It was a nice beach, but like, not the clearest beach in the world, not the nicest beach in the world. So like, what's the deal? So I looked it up, and it's like, yeah, sometimes it is really clear and it's really nice.
Time of year. Yeah.
Time of year or like just conditions. Still don't really know for sure, but like, in any case, we've been at 2 very different times of the year, and I wouldn't say it was like especially clear either time, but like it was also like not like full of seaweed, so like that's a win in my book. But I looked at a lot of photos and reviews and stuff online, and given how crowded it can be and how much parking can be because it's a built-up area because of this like beach, I decided that we should go to like Sand Key Beach, just south of it, because it's like across this like little gap for a little waterway to go through south of Clearwater. And
Not to be confused with
no-
the Keys.
Right. Very different. But because of that separation, there's very little commercial buildup around this other beach, and it's like a state park or something too. So like, it was $5 instead of $20 for parking, and it was pretty much like there were better facilities, changing rooms, bathrooms.
It was nice.
And it was like really open. You know, we went down to the beach, and like we still had like 100 feet on either side before like the next people had their like spot on the beach. There was enough room for people to have spots on the beach. There was enough room to go walking on the beach. Like,
It was nice.
you had your
Yeah.
line of seashells. You had there were like actual waves here. They were small because it's the Gulf, but like it was nice. That said, like the water wasn't like hot, but like it was still plenty warm. It's the middle of summer. It's Florida. It's gonna be warm.
It was
still.
nice. It was very nice. Yeah.
So we spent a lot of time like hanging out in the water and floating around and enjoying ourselves until like a fish decided to attack us, and the water was not anywhere clear enough for us to make out what the fuck it was. We got out of the water.
Yeah, it was hard to see your feet. It was about that murky. Yeah, I don't know, some little fish decided to like nip at us basically, so we just kind of like, at least we're pretty sure.
I don't know what it was. I'm pretty sure it was just a fish, but like it didn't seem to be a small fish. It hit me in the shoulder at first with like a fair amount of force, and I was like, what in the ever-loving fuck was that? Except much more brief, sudden, and with more expletives.
Oh my god. And I felt something poke my leg aggressively
then
on the way
after that,
back.
Kept coming at us, and I couldn't tell what it was or what it was trying to do. But like as I'm moving away from it, then it's just going for my legs. So I'm like, yeah, like considering the force of the first time it hit me, like I don't want to know what happens if this thing can bite.
Maybe it was a shark
Because
or
it would've
something.
been-
Yeah, it could have been a little shark.
It would have been an injury. Like
Yeah.
it was not small though by any means. Like it wasn't big, but like I didn't want to be in the water anymore. And there weren't enough people around that like I was thrilled. That said, we did get back in after a little while.
Yeah, well, and we just stayed closer to the shallows. Like we didn't get in
Right.
past maybe like waist height, basically. Regarding the medication, 25 Celsius, that'd be impossible to maintain here. Car fridge. Okay, so first of all, no car fridge. Also, we did contemplate getting an ice box. I kind of regret not getting one. But the thing is, you don't actually want it to get cold. It's a pain in the ass if it gets cold. It's
Right.
it's basically like suspension in like oil, and so if the oil gets cold, it separates, which is irritating. Bad.
I would worry too, like about freezing medication like that in like a non-refrigerated freezing method.
Yeah.
So, like in an ice box, you would create condensation inside the bottle,
Right.
and I don't know if that would make it degrade faster. So like, I was like not really sure how to best handle it because I feel like you want to be very careful about how much you lower the temperature and just keep it like just a little bit low. Like you wouldn't want actual ice in there.
Right. And like I have heard like anecdotally that it's fine if it gets hot for like a while. I didn't want to play it too risky because like admittedly this is like because like of how distant the pharmacy was, I got like a 15-week supply of this stuff, which means that if it all went bad, that would be expensive and terrible. But I stuck it in my purse, and we did bring it to the beach because I was not going to leave it in the hot car. And I feel like the temperature mostly remained probably below 80 or like around 80 at worst, because like it was relatively temperate outside. Like it wasn't especially hot at this point in the day. And I think it was fine, basically. We did our best.
Yeah, I think it was okay. Like,
I think it was okay too.
we
Yeah.
kept it covered out of the sun. It didn't feel especially hot or anything like that later. So like, I think it was fine.
Had oil and most medication. There was no way I'd have been able to go to FanFest without being able to control the temperature in the car fridge. That is fair. I think this is a similar. I think it's also molten oil, but like I don't know.
I0. I think this redeem is partially broken out. Oh no.
Oh, nice. Thank you for the head pat. Yeah, so I don't know. Like in terms of like Vegas though, that's fair. I mean like if I was going to go to FanFest with this medication, I probably would have just kept it in my hotel room. Because like I feel like it would have been fine in the car with the air conditioner blasting, and then to be honest with you.
Yeah, like a medication like that. I think the only time it would have been an issue is if you have oh, the Taiyaki's broken.
Rip.
Well, I'll have to refund all the Taiyakis. Is if you left it in the car for an extended
Yeah.
period of time. So like if you have to like go like stop for an hour or two while you're driving, like yeah, that could be a problem. But at that point, are you gonna want to leave a fridge running in your car? Because then you're gonna run the battery down.
Fair. wanted to be extra cautious with it. No, that's totally understandable.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Is limited availability just a Florida thing? I don't know, but Pfizer is the one who manufactures this because there's only like 4 whatever, giant like pharmaceutical corporations. And Pfizer's the only one. Go ahead, sorry.
With some medications, like medications that are controlled substances, so not this medication, but like ADHD medications are generally controlled substances, I think, in the United States. They have like numbers that they can produce, or like they control the amount that is produced, and like it's not like its numbers can't be increased. It's just easiest to like make them up to that number. So as more people need the medication, then availability stays the same until it's like reevaluated. So it just results in shortages, and like it's just like, why bother? We can increase the price. So yeah.
But yeah, short answer, Jade, I don't know. All I know is that Pfizer said that they were having a production shortage and that it wasn't going to be available until, what did they say, Q4 or something?
Mm-hmm.
So it's happening for like Binance and stuff. Okay, yeah, I don't think that's or rather, I'm sure that's not the name of this medication, but yeah.
I think if you have medication shortages, you should just be allowed to like produce your own medication without any
Well, like the compounding pharmacy is there for like, I'm glad it was there to save my ass. I just like, I'm frustrated that like it's not covered by insurance, because I feel like it's like, okay, well, if I can't get the medication that I need through the normal channels, at least I can get it.
It's such a pain.
For my oil-based medication, my GP gives me whatever I want. Fair. No, that's totally fair. I
consider like
we just couldn't find any.
At least I can get it. Is like in this case, I hate to like say it like this, but like I don't want to count that as at least I can get it, because there are gonna be so many people out there that for them this is not an option because they can't afford that.
Oh no, it's total BS. It's absolute nonsense.
And like on top of that, like expecting people to be able to drive during the week, because who knows if a pharmacy like this is open on the weekends, like 2 hours away somewhere, like so 4 hours round trip to pick up medication, like, and if you didn't have an air-conditioned car, well, good luck.
No, it's awful. It's stupid. No, I'm in complete agreement. It's utter BS. I am fortunate to be in a position where I can afford it, but like not everybody is. Like you said, I think it's actually closer to 3 hours, and I don't want to know what would have happened. Like I don't know if like there's any compound pharmacies that are rated to produce this medication in like northern Florida. So like, what if I was in the Panhandle and it was like a 6-hour drive? I don't know. Awful, just awful.
Yeah.
Or even know that a compounding pharmacy exists. Right. No, again, I'm fortunate. I'm fortunate. I mean, I know how to do some research and I got lucky, but like, it's stupid. I mean, to be fair, I think Pfizer might have pointed us to the compounding pharmacies, but like, it's stupid. It's all stupid. But anyways.
Other than that, Tampa was cool.
Yeah, the beach was nice, and then we drove up to a restaurant. Food. Yeah, that restaurant was cute.
Restaurant was cute. It was like on the docks, so we had like a nice view, like right after sunset. It was pretty. Food was pretty good, like beach fare, but like nicer beach fare. So
yeah, I thought the food was actually pretty darn good, I would say. It wasn't like the best food we had on the trip, obviously, but I would say it was like at least what I would expect from a restaurant. Maybe even like a little above average.
Yeah, fair. We tried to eat decently this trip too. Like, I feel like in the past, like, well, it depends. Like, what day did we get sushi? Was that like over the weekend?
Oh, that
before?
was I think that was Saturday night.
Yeah, we found
Oh
this.
God, I forgot to talk about that. Yeah, we forgot to talk about that. You want to talk about
We
that?
found a sushi place that like looked really sketchy on the outside, but the reviews are good. And then we go inside and there's nobody there, but it looks nice on the
When we
inside.
get a full DS2
And
playthrough
we
stream.
ordered some of their specials, and like they were really good. Like this is some of the best sushi I've had, like in the United States.
Yeah, it
Not
was.
saying nice things about it.
It was wild because it really did look like it's like a little rundown building from the outside, but you get in and it reminded me of like a nice warm den. It was so comfy.
It was very cool.
Hi Hood, thank you for the 25 months. Can we get a full Dark Souls 2 playthrough stream? Jesus Christ.
You know, right now,
Yeah, right now. You're gonna have to do a lot more than one. No, I'm kidding. Jesus Christ.
oh my god, a
I'm
lot more
the
than
joke.
25 months.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Hood. In a general
Every
sense,
900 years of subs,
I'll think
though,
about
you
it.
get a big-
But probably not. Like, I still want to play Elden Ring. I admit I still want to play Elden Ring. I just don't know.
Elden, these rings.
True.
We've talked about this trip now for 3 hours.
We sure have, and we're not even quite done, although we're getting pretty close.
Yeah. Hopefully we're not boring. But like
I changed my category to just chatting, and like 30 minutes in.
I should have. I didn't think about that. But like at this point, this is why we stream as we go through the trip. Yeah. But
I mean, I think this is more fun, anyways. So
this is more fun.
yeah,
No,
just
it's
like going through the whole thing.
Next time I'm bringing
Thanks, Sarah's.
I'm bringing a satellite. Oh my god, Sarah's, thank you. It's like listening to a podcast. You know what? We should make podcasts. we could stream with like XMMS or whatever it is.
Jesus.
Shoutcast. So you pull up Winamp and like
Oh my god.
get our podcast live. Is it finally FirstNet time? It's never FirstNet time, Patches. I'm sorry. I was thinking more of like a backhaul, satellite backhaul. So like there'll be a lot of latency, but at least it'll always work well, unless there's a cloud in the sky, and it is Florida. But like we can punch through that cloud with a big enough antenna. I don't know if I could bring all that equipment on the plane. Like I have a very interesting radio transceiver
Oh no.
that I got right before the flight, and I'm pretty sure if anybody knew what this was, they would not let me on a plane with it. But I really
Jesus.
wanted to bring it because whatever I needed to do or accomplish, I could have done it. Which is exactly why you should never have this on a plane.
Oh.
Um,
Like listening to a podcast, or like a normal person would call it listening to a conversation.
oh my
Damn.
God. Hi Muse, thank you for the hydrate. I am drinking water now. I've definitely not been drinking soda this whole time.
I'm proud of you.
Rory admits to federal crimes. I haven't actually committed it because I did not bring the thing on the flight. And if I did, I would not commit a crime with it. Like, technically, you're not supposed to bring radios on planes in carry-on luggage. And if it's in your check luggage, it's fine. This is, well, I don't know, but in general, just don't bring radios on planes, and definitely don't operate radios on planes. Like, it doesn't matter if you're.
Oops.
Thank you, Fizzy. Oh, you banned
Zero. No. Sorry.
Hi. Thank you.
The chat moved right as I clicked the other one. Sorry, Zero. Jesus. Please make
In
sure if you
general.
need to, you refollow. Sorry about that. I fixed it. It's okay. Stupid chat moving.
Yeah. In general, having a receiver and not a transceiver would probably be fine, you would expect, but like receivers can still output interference because they're almost always going to be a powered receiver. If it has a power source, it's a powered receiver. And they can create interference, which you don't want to mess with. It's
True.
just safer not to. That said, people bring them on all the time. They're called cell phones, and for the most part, cell phones aren't making a lot of harmful interference. So, like,
Fair.
whatever. So yeah, I haven't committed any federal crimes.
You know, we could set up. Well, I guess that would we couldn't do certain things, but like we could set up like a Discord channel,
as a relay.
basically. Either a relay
like-
or we could have like a channel where it's, you know, like force mute to everybody who isn't us.
We talked about like driving streams and stuff like that. And there's a bunch of different ways to go about that. But like I have a
Oh, well, I was saying also it's like sort of a podcast alternative.
okay.
'Cause, like,
I
Pat
do
was
have a
mentioning,
setup for
like,
that.
Tuning in for like low reception areas. You know, also what we could do is I think you can. I had a bot at one point that could connect to voice calls on Discord and play. It was able to play like YouTube and stuff, but it could also play Twitch streams. So you know that's an option too.
God. Yeah. I mean, like, the thought crossed my mind, but like, would anyone? Well, we can talk about this more later. Because, like, in general, like,
for sure.
if it's like a Discord hangout, like, sort of thing, like, I don't think people are gonna tune in as much for it, but like, maybe.
Fair.
Kind of the same way with podcasts. Like, I feel like it's whatever, but like Twitch ads, like, even though this is very much like a podcast format, we could take this stream and release it as a podcast afterward. Like, the chat interaction adds something to that. So I guess doing it on Discord would give us the chat integration too. So food for
True.
thought. Must sleep now, Zero.
Good night,
Thank you so
Zero.
much. Always appreciate you hanging out. And feel free to refollow me if you want after Fizzy banned you from my community.
I think it didn't disturb their follow. I think we're good.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that that would work that way anyway, so. Thank you, Fizzy, for gifting that sub to Zero. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
But yeah. Over the weekend, we mostly just, I mean, we tried to stream again on Saturday, but like, it was.
Yeah, we evaluated it again. We ran some network tests. Like, things were getting better, but Rory, thank you for gifting us sub to Zero. Yeah, the connection still wasn't stable Saturday. It was starting to look better, especially in the evening hours, but it still wasn't fixed. So
Yeah.
we just were like, okay, well, we're not doing that.
It was unfortunate because I mentioned this on Thursday, but I don't know if it came through at all or not. But I picked up a new mic
Yeah.
the second half of that trip, and I was looking forward to using it because I wanted to better try to isolate the audio between the two of us.
Right.
And we did do a test recording with it on Sunday, right before I put everything away to get back on the plane. But yeah, I still don't know if I should return that mic or not. But like maybe I just return it and then buy it again the next time we do stuff.
Fair.
I
Yeah.
guess I'll work with the recording.
No, I mean that's a fair take, fair idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think we
also,
really.
like,
Go ahead.
Do I want to spend $200 on a travel mic?
Yeah. I think I'm wondering if we could have gotten the SM58 to work with a little more tuning too, because that mic's cheap. But stay safe, Kumiko.
Yeah. Like the pickup, like the polar pattern or whatever the fuck it's called for the SM58 would pick you up more. Because like we did a really long gain test basically before I left. See if it would work better. and it seemed to work a lot better with the gain turned way down.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, but food for thought. Kumiko, if your room smells like burning, that's probably because the winds have shifted more in your direction. So like, definitely keep an eye on the status of the fire. Like, I know you are, but like, please be safe.
Yeah.
And if you have like an air filter, like too, like, you know, run
Crank
that
it.
shit.
Hell yeah.
Yep, I'm watching. Okay, good. But yeah, like, we went to Tampa on like Friday, right?
Yeah, it was Friday. Because Thursday we were intending to stream, and also we weren't sure if the medication was gonna be ready, I think. Something like
Right.
that. I don't remember. No, it was that we got up really late. That's what it was. Because we did get confirmation that it was ready Thursday, but like we weren't ready to go until like 1 or 2, and we're just like, okay, we're not doing this today.
When was the confirmation? Was that early enough that
I don't even know. No, I don't
I
think
don't-
so.
I didn't get information on that until later. But
No.
Saturday, in any case, we just kind of like, we're like, well, let's not really do anything so we can just chill and enjoy. Because we ended up doing so much this trip, which ironically, I was like, let's not do too much this time so we can relax and just kind of chill together and do like, you know, homey stuff like play video games and watch anime. And we overdo it, like always.
It was fun though. It was a good
No,
time.
it was fun, but like I still want more, you know, chill. Ow, personal. Why am I hitting the button on my? I'm like,
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
I'm fiddling with buttons on my keyboard as I sit here talking. I'm like pulling keycaps off and putting them back on. And at first I was doing it with an arrow key, and then like I moved my arm, so I started doing it with the F9 key. And yeah. Watch anime in bed, not leave the bed all day. See, like that was a great idea. And we definitely did that for part of the day one day, but yes, it was for anime.
Jesus.
Tagi's is broken, Sarah, so I'm sorry. I need to remember to refund like the past week of like Taiyaki redeems.
Well, and
Actually,
also,
I don't think Taiyaki has worked for a very long time.
oh my god. I was gonna say like Sunday, because like your flight wasn't until like 8, so we didn't have to leave until like 5 or something. But ironically, Sunday we got up. We woke up at like 10 or 11. And I think we stayed in
Thanks,
bed
Sarah.
until like 2. Like we just kind of like we had both of our laptops. Well, I had my Chromebook. I didn't bother bringing my whole laptop out, but we just kind of hung out
Yeah, no, we
in bed.
We did, and I thought about like, do I really want to like maybe don't I want to? Maybe you know we should get up and get out of bed and like you know use up the last bit of time, nice productively. But it's like, well, we're just gonna go sit somewhere else and enjoy each other's presence. So like, why not do it where we're comfy?
Yeah, yeah. Like we briefly
was-
talked. Go ahead.
I thought it was a good use of time.
No, I do too. I do too. I wouldn't change it. The world. I did. I know we like briefly contemplated getting like breakfast somewhere, but like at a cafe or something. But like honestly, I think we more or less made the right call there. I think that was good. I think that was
like,
nice. And we talked about stuff.
We did
and just,
so much.
Yeah. A good wind down.
Mhm. All in all, like, given the amount of stuff we've done in Florida now, like, I can check the state off the list. Like,
Oh my god.
I've seen all there is to see in Florida. I mean, yeah, there are still things that, like, I would love to check out, like the Science Museum.
There's some
I
stuff at
wouldn't
Disney
mind
World,
any
too, I
more
guess.
time at the beach. There's more stuff at Disney World, absolutely, like the Animal Kingdom and whatnot. But like, but at this point, like, I'm pretty well content. So like next time, we can just hang out
Fair.
in a hotel room at Tampa.
Ayo.
for like a week and not leave the room and play video games.
Oh my god. I wouldn't mind making another trip to Disney for like a day or two, but
No, that's fair. But like, this is exactly the same kind of thinking that led us to this channel. It was like, let's do stuff the whole time. Like,
the medication thing was unfortunate. But
yeah, no,
I mean, to be fair, we did spend the better part of Friday and Sunday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, Saturday. Like, we spent, you know, most of the more time at home than it seems like. I think part of it was that, like, Saturday and Sunday, like the first Saturday and Sunday, we spent so much time working on desk stuff.
well, we spent pretty much all day Saturday out. Like, we spent...
True.
Because we got up late, and then we went out. So, like, we didn't get started on the desk stuff till late. And you were like, should we even do this now? Because, like, we're not going to be able to finish tonight. And I'm like, yes, we should do it now. Because otherwise we won't finish on time Sunday if we wanted to stream it all. And especially if it takes longer than we expect. And it did take longer than we expect. So I'm glad we started Saturday. Plus, like, that's something that we could interrupt.
More. No,
So,
that's fair.
whatever.
That's absolutely fair. I mean, there was a part of me that was like, do we really want to do this at all? But I really appreciate it, of course. And it did make streaming a lot comfier, so.
Yeah.
But also next time Fizzy come visit, well, yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely want to come back to Oregon again. 100%. Like, Oregon was nice, and I want to spend more time there, for sure. Well, to say the least.
I would support that. So full disclosure, I'm gonna start my own company because not enough human organizations are hiring, and we are going to find solutions using alien technology that can generate revenue for humans that I want to support. So look forward to it. Please invest in my organization, and you will reap benefits of some kind, perhaps monetary. I haven't worked it out yet, but yeah.
Haven't done a good luck bonk in a while. You're reminding me, I gotta fix my bonk redeem because it was through Triggerfire and I got sick of it like working on and off, so I just like turned it off. But I need to get a bonk redeem back in there. So thank you for reminding me more. I'm making a mental note for that.
Oh yeah. God, there's so much to do.
Always.
Speaking of so much to do, though, it's past
Time to do
ending
the
time,
rising?
and we haven't even done the rising. How long is it? Does
That's a
anyone
great
know?
question. Yeah.
Because like, they're not usually too long, but they're still gonna be like
At least
15
half an
minutes
hour.
at least. Yeah. So like,
Probably.
I'm kind of tempted to just to save it till tomorrow.
20 minutes. We could just do it tomorrow. We could try and see if we can blast the reclears and then do the rising.
Wouldn't you want to like do the rising and then re-clears?
We could also do that, because especially if reclears would be starting later because of reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a food
God.
for thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's an idea.
Yeah, I think that's fair, because like it would be probably better to get the week started off on a healthy note rather than like pushing everything late again like we always do. As much as I want to do the rising to make sure I can stream it, like I think we'll just plan on doing some sort of stream tomorrow.
Hell yeah. That. Also, hi Daniel on YouTube.
Hey yo.
I apologize. I don't know how long that message has been there. I haven't been very active at checking my YouTube chat.
That's why I don't stream on multiple platforms.
No, that's fair. Like if if YouTube, if I like invest more into YouTube, I'll like actually work on getting it cleaner and stuff, and then we can figure out
I
more from a
already
tech
use
perspective. But
4 monitors for streaming. Like, if I have to put YouTube in the mix, I'm gonna have to add a 5th monitor, and I'm using every output on my
oh my
whatever
god,
graphics card I have. And yes, I do want to build another computer, but I don't want to buy a 4090, and that's the only card that is like a meaningful jump up from the 3080 Ti that I have or whatever the fuck this thing is. So like,
fair. The way I look at it is, once you start adding other platforms into the mix, like Twitter or YouTube,
uh-huh.
or hell, even what's the TikTok? I feel like the trick is to interleave the chats, not to like have more
Oh,
chats.
well,
But
that's smart.
it's definitely like a
Yeah.
tech thing to figure out. There's always the motherboard. Oh, Jesus
Oh
Christ. I
no.
mean, true.
What are we motherboarding?
More outputs.
More? Oh no. Wait, my motherboard. I don't think I have a processor that has an iGPU, but food for thought. I know it's beneficial to have the iGPU, but like, isn't it like on a lot of modern platforms, if you have a dedicated graphics card, it disables like the iGPU as an output device? Like, yes, you can still use the iGPU for like rendering, but like
I think you might be able to re-enable it. I always forget. Oh, not by
not
default.
by
Okay.
default. Huh.
Facepalm.
Food for
Damn.
thought. Trillion
Harsh.
pigeon. No, we're not using that shit. Jesus, I can't believe people remember Trillion. It was such a nice client for a little while.
I just realized that my Monster Cat playlist ran out of music.
Oh, nice. We listened to the entirety of the Monster Cat album.
The
Score went up
entire
for
footwork playlist
breaking the
is
rules.
done.
Can we have ICQ back? Yes.
Wait, breaking the rules.
Nothing. Um,
I'm not breaking the rules for the
I'm
record.
listening to Final Fantasy XIV music from Final Fantasy XIV that play in Final Fantasy XIV, depending on what you do in Final Fantasy XIV, where we are streaming and definitely doing Final Fantasy XIV content in Final Fantasy XIV. Have I mentioned that I pay for Final Fantasy XIV? It's a subscription game. Don't sue me. Don't copyright me. Hi. Stop it. Stop it. Stop looking at me. 50 series will require more power. It's all right.
I mean, that's fine. Like, that's not unexpected, I guess.
As long as they redesign the connector.
Jeez.
They'll
More
never
power.
go above 13 amps. So it is what it is. Like, right now you already have 1,000-watt power supplies, and 4090s use like 4090 needs like an 800-watt power supply at minimum, I think. So like,
Wait, as
you
in
know,
like
if you
your
have a
computer?
1,000-watt power supply, you should still be good.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, as in like your computer needs an 800 watt, or like the graphics card needs 800 watts of its own power.
No.
Christ,
No.
I was gonna say, holy.
Yeah, that said,
Jesus.
like where I work, like there's stuff that needs more. So
Hey,
not like I can't figure it out. Like I visited another facility the week before, and some of you know this because I streamed while I was traveling. That facility has its own on-site power generation and substations. So
crazy.
like, it was wild. Like, the amount of like safety things to think about and like different things. Like, it was very exciting. I'll just say that. That's the extent of what I can say, I guess. That, and I came back to my site and I was like, you know, I deal with enough safety stuff here. I'm glad I'm not over at a site like that, because like, as fun as it would be, like, I don't want to be put in that much of harm's way by other people who aren't going to be as safe as I am. And then I realized that transporting things around the site is something that happens a lot. I thought it would end after we finished filling out buildings and bringing in everything to the site. where it gets contained and stuff. There are hazards that, well, are associated with that I didn't even consider. And those hazards will persist because
Yay!
we do this thing called defragging.
Yo.
Once the site is filled, we shift into like an ongoing we like shift operational modes once the site is filled up, and we enter this like stage of like persistent emergence or something, I forget. And we move things around occasionally, and by occasionally I mean like there's so much at the sites and our buildings, like we have like 5 buildings or something, so like, or we will, like they're mostly built, but like they move shit around because they optimize, like, okay, this is too close to this is like it's better to put these things together, and like this and that. So like stuff is constantly being moved around the facilities, between the buildings and around the buildings and all this stuff. So like basically what I'm trying to say is the fun will never end, and it's like defragging a disk, so they call it defragging the site. And it just happens constantly among other things that get introduced. And I will not for the time being speak on the other 2 things. So for security reasons, enjoy that mental image of vagueness. I really want to talk about the specificness of the hazards, but like I don't want to allude anymore to what I do.
Fair. All I know is that the stuff you mentioned of like the high voltage stuff is scary enough, so.
Yeah, we encountered something with that at work today.
Oh no.
I mentioned something that can happen while things are in transport.
Yeah.
There's something else that can happen when the machinery moves around the site. Occasionally, it will clip the 480 volt
Oh Christ.
like cabinet things that the like transformers of which we have, because there's transformers in the buildings, like close to where all the power gets used.
Sure, yeah.
And there are 224 of these per building or something like that, each one with 480 volts, and like
Yeah,
the
no,
machinery
that's
like has to like go between them,
rough.
and like occasionally it clips one of these things, and then the casing gets too close to the windings inside the enclosure, and you get hidden hazards that result in a buildup of charge in the casing, and you find out what happens when something else comes too close to the casing.
You'd think that they'd have protocol in place to prevent things like that from occurring.
So we are doing things to mitigate that now.
Good. Okay.
Also, above these
Don't die,
things,
please. Don't die for your job, or I will be very sad and angry.
we have like, they put in like, you know, the FLIR thermal cameras or whatever they're called, FLIR.
More or less, yeah.
We have hundreds of them now.
Oh wow, okay. Hey,
They
that works.
have these like industrial ones for like basically like monitoring to make sure that like stuff is not
Hot.
like resulting in like internal damage, and
Fair.
so like it monitors the power gear in certain places to make sure it's not like about to go into like overheat or something else. I don't know. Like some part of the system is not overheating and like
Fair.
or
Yeah.
like shorting or something like that, and they do that with these thermal cameras. So like it's like an automated means to like trip if something goes above temperature spec,
Good.
which is really cool. But like
That's like, I feel like prevention would be a better like thing here, but at the very least, if there's a method of detecting it, then that makes me feel a little better.
yeah, in theory.
In theory.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, the problem with cameras is like they can only capture so many angles of things, right?
There are a couple different things. Like when you have a spacing problem, it's not going to show in a thermal camera
Right.
until something like causes a problem, I guess. But like in theory, like it's very unlikely that you will bend the frame enough to cause this sort of issue. And if it were possible, it would be too specific for me to be able to speak about it on stream. So
That's fair. I just wonder because, like, I know operations of scale, right? Like, it's a question of scale where it's like if you're doing things
right,
dozens or
I mean,
hundreds
that's
of
part of
times,
probably-
like, unlikely
We-
things become a lot more likely.
right. We deal with a lot of physics things because of the things we do, but also like the scale we do results in a lot of things. So like yeah, it's fun. It's every day I learn about. It is cool in that way though, because
Oh, I'm sure.
would've
Yeah.
much shit goes on out there. But it's okay. That's why there are giant concrete walls that no one can hear you scream through. Speaking of which, the since I was here last, because it's been like 2 weeks since I was at my site.
Oh no.
Some of the seismic anchoring has moved further from the wall.
Oh God.
Yeah. I walked past one today. I'm like, oh, that is a piece of wall that is like another 3 inches away from where it's supposed to be.
What the hell?
I'm like,
What
that's
the
not supposed
hell?
to be like that. That's not good. I don't want
Christ.
to be in this part of the building when that part of the building is no longer attached to this part of the building.
No.
I figure that's kind of important for structural integrity. Heaven forbid if there's a seismic event. But in all of the facilities that exist for the organization I work for, we are the only facility.
Oh
Let this
wow.
sink in. We are the only facility that we're not the only facility in seismically active areas either. We are the
Fair.
only facility that has seismic anchoring.
Bizarre. Concerning.
I think one of the other facilities might have and require seismic anchoring on a building basis or something like that, like a sort of like different foundational structure.
hmm
That might eliminate the need for it, but like I don't think that's the case. I think it's just more relaxed regulations because like even if the building is like seismically isolated, did I say anchoring? I meant isolated. Stuff in the building can still move around. So like we anchor stuff in the building.
That's
well.
wild. Yeah. No, that's crazy.
And but like the building has its own like things to where the building can move and compress and expand and shift. Basically in different zones of the building we have like these big wide strips where the building can move like a couple feet in either direction. And
Got you.
you don't stick your hand in them, but other than that, like,
Oh my god.
you imagine they're gonna do their job if it's needed. But like, yeah, I don't know about the part where the concrete's coming off the wall.
You know, like you said, like the question of physics in terms of like both the equipment and also, but sounds like just the site itself. The very earth itself, in which the site is anchored, or site is located rather, is yeah, no, that's definitely an interesting operation to be sure.
Yeah, like we do a lot of like monitoring and like safety prevention stuff. Like all the power distribution, like every step of the way, we have like monitoring systems, like PQMs, power quality monitors, and like all these different things, like the FLIR cameras, and then all the other industrial equipment we operate, which I won't detail because it alludes to the specifics of the nature of the facility. But
Naturally.
the what was I gonna say? the safety stuff. Oh no, I remember. We have all this monitoring and preventative warning systems and whatnot, but like we have automated systems that will take care of certain aspects of facility control and like safety and all this other stuff in the event of various things like fire and other events like similar to fire. Like I'm not super keen on because like they result in like loss of like life if you can't get out in a certain amount of time.
No, that seems like a fair response.
Because like we have these like giant pressurized systems that like in the event of certain things happening like will flood these like massive rooms with like different types of gas, for instance.
As like a fire suppression, yeah.
Like the fire suppression system, and it pushes out all the oxygen from the room.
It's like you gotta hope that somebody could get to you in time if one of
you
those
have
activated.
to get out of the room in like 15 seconds or less, and no one is coming for you if you cannot. Like no one will find you. No one will know you're in there in 15 seconds or less.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
You like the procedures are like get to depending on the type of emergency, you get to one of these like different muster spots in or around the facilities, and then you check your teams, and certain people on staff have access to tools that can check the last place somebody passed through, like a checkpoint or like a security system or a door monitor, like badging system or something like that, or a system. I'm not sure what that stands for, but yeah, I think if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
And yeah, like by the time oxygen reduction system. Yes.
Not old school RuneScape.
What?
What?
Oh, fucking old school. All of RuneScape.
Also, hello, Saber on YouTube.
Jesus. But yeah, like no, just you always have to have your exits in mind. Which, more funny anecdotes. We had people visiting our site from Ohio today from that site. I visited their site back in April or May or something like that.
I remember.
Yeah.
Because I visited you.
You did. Mm-hmm.
No, that was a fun little adventure. Anyways.
So while this was like the third tour that I was a part of giving, or like a part of in some way or another, to other people visiting our facility, and I realized in a certain part of the building, the exit signs lead you in a circle.
Oh, that seems like a violation of some standard. That's
Like there are exits along the way. So like it's just an oversight that like they aren't like super like specific
well, that's
about
the
it. But, like,
thing. Like those signs need to be visible in the event that the building is smoky. Like
they
that's why
are
they
all
exist.
visible. It's just not clear where the actual exits are, and you can follow
Well,
them
that's what I
around in a
mean.
loop. And like the best part is the start of the loop. Like we're like at one point, there are exit signs in every direction.
Jesus. But that's exactly what I mean. Is like if the building is really smoky or whatever, that's what those are there for, is to guide you to the exit when you can't see where you're going, right?
Like, well, like at this one point, like we meet the regulations for exit signage, but like the exit signage goes in every direction because there are exits in every direction. But you have no way of knowing how far the exit is because the hallways are too long. So you cannot see where the exit will be, if that makes sense.
Okay. Good for
That
thought.
said, there are a lot of exits to the buildings once you get outside the like secure rooms, and you have I've talked to my manager about this, and he's like, yeah, just make sure you remember, like, just keep your orientation about you in the facilities and don't go to those
God.
like go to the right exits. He's basically said do not use the middle exits along the building because if there's an incident or an emergency, it's most likely going to involve the middle sections. So if you take the exits along the middle sections, you will be
Putting yourself in
like-
harm's way.
you will probably be leaving the building and going into something that's worse than whatever's happening in the building. So
Jesus Christ. This seems
and you won't be able to go back. So like
This seems
Yeah.
questionable, but okay. Food for thought. Food for thought.
so yeah, it's like cool. Food for
Yeah, don't love
for
that.
that. The biggest problem with that though is like there's no way to orient yourself in the building, and since I've been gone, they finally cleaned the building up because like
Mhm.
we filled building 1 a while back, like a month or 2 ago. Well, I guess it's been like 2 months now, but it was still like really messy. There's still a lot of stuff around, which we've been saying like we need to get this cleaned up. We need to get this up to standards and like stuff like that because this is all hazards and all that. I realized I have pushed for like identifying markers in the building and the facility to help people figure out where they are.
Yeah, no, I mean that seems like a
And they're like,
good
"This is
thing
a
to
good
have
idea."
in a large site.
We will request, we'll see if we can get this added. Now that all the stuff is gone and all the mess, all the crates and whatnot, not like crates, but like, I don't know what to call them, metal crates. Containers. We had like stacks of like giant stainless steel shiny boxes that are like 2 by 2 by 1 meters in certain parts of the facility. I don't know. Anyway, those whenever I'd see those and I'd be like, okay, well I know I'm here because of this pile of these is here. Now that's gone, every part looks exactly the same as every other part.
Oh, okay.
You can be at an intersection and you're like, well, I'm at one of like 9 different places in building 1.
Yeah,
Great.
what a nightmare. I don't understand. Like,
And all of like the,
Needs to be better
like,
signage.
rooms, like all the rooms have a little sign next to the door to indicate what room you're going into.
mhm.
But they're named in like non-specific ways. So like there's a lettering system for certain rooms, but like all the other things that aren't important are just called like storage or something else. So like
Oh, okay. Good. Good. I'll meet
some
you
of
at
them are
storage. Which
actual
one?
storage rooms, and some of them are like operational rooms.
Oh,
like
Christ.
they serve a certain specific purpose, but for whatever reason they are also just called storage. I think it's for security reasons.
God.
They are just called storage. And
Okay, but security by obfuscation is not security at all. Especially,
don't. You know, have you heard of a concept of compartmentalization that the military used for security? And like
sure.
m-
Yeah. It's
I think
basically
they
the need to
still
know
do it.
basis.
right, but like it's also like we will do the same thing in multiple places and have these projects broken up into multiple facilities and sites across, the United States or whatever. Like the Manhattan Project used compartmentalization for security. You had stuff being done in Washington State, you had stuff being done in Arizona, in Nevada, and like they weren't really allowed to do that, like to have discussion with people at other sites to figure out what they were doing in order to improve things or whatever. It was security by compartmentalization. You keep all these different sites isolated from one another. I feel like it's like the same line of thinking.
I guess that's fair, but yeah, it doesn't seem nearly as effective here given what we're talking about, but food for
No.
thought.
No, it's silly. In any case, fun tangent, another fun day. We could have done the pricing in the time that I talked about work. I didn't
Probably.
get the point of something that I was talking to earlier, is that I want to suggest adding like seismic alarms at work to our ever-growing list of alarms, because
I mean, if things are getting torn out of walls, maybe it's about time for that. Yeah.
yeah, well, like if there's a seismic event that's about to happen, even if it's rare, like it would be nice to have like the elevators shut down, for example,
Yeah.
and some forewarning to get out of the building, because I don't want to be in it with the way that shit's built.
Jesus.
Mm.
No, that's fair. I can't argue with that.
I'm like 90% convinced that like the way all the safety systems are designed, it's just
Hi,
so
Ruby.
that like in the event of something like really bad happening, it buries everything for security reasons.
Jesus. Ow. Thank you for the biddies, Ruby. Ruby's gonna end up purple somehow? Purple.
Purple, huh? Place just kills everyone so no one can speak about it. Well, at least like the stuff in the site will be secure because it'll be buried under all the concrete.
Next, you're gonna tell me that they have a bunch of explosive charges lining the building.
I can't tell you anything to that regard, but
Jesus Christ.
while I was gone, they held a like security seminar for the FBI at our site. I don't know why.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Like, I'm starting to think we have way too many site visitors. Hi, Ruby. Thank you for the 30 bits. Jesus, that fucking emote. Yeah. Like, within our organization, people like to come out to our site because it's like new and interesting. But like,
Sure, yeah.
it's getting to the point where it's getting in the way of us doing our jobs, because there's just like all these site visitors, and like every site visitor needs a an escort depending on like their access, and they at least need like a sponsor and a coordinator. So like This week there are 4 site visitors, and I am responsible for them. I am the coordinator, and
I
I'm
can
like,
definitely see how that would be a hassle.
this
Both
is my job now, I guess. I'm getting paid to coordinate and buy food for for people to make them happy. I don't know.
Yeah, that seems weird. Okay. I feel like that's something where like that needs to be like
It's not like I have 15 years of
Delegated or something.
experience doing something that isn't managerial for this.
yeah, I feel like that's I'm surprised that's not delegated because I know you're, you know, well we'll say
engineer.
relatively important at your site. Weird.
Yeah, no, it's
Very
I
weird.
do have a
Politics, I guess.
important role. No, it's absolutely politics. And here on your right, we see a rack of machines, and here's a storage room, and another storage room, and another storage room. I love my job, to be fair. Like, working around all this shit is really exciting because it's like
It sounds
the
cool.
limits of like what I do. It just takes it to like the extremes.
Yeah.
But the when I was applying and interviewing for this job, it was either this or an applied physics lab. And
I'm a little sad that one didn't go through. That one was cool.
I wanted the applied physics position more.
No, that position sounded really
But-
cool.
To be fair, this is probably a better position because
Because you can get the applied physics position from this position. No.
yes, but also it gives me more. The applied physics required a really high security clearance. And also
Hey, yo.
it might require more travel, and I already do enough travel.
To be
The
fair,
travel
I-
though for the applied physics
Mhm.
lab, not to different cities or airports. So like
oh,
that position required travel to like potentially like the ends of the earth in different ways is very
was this the
very exciting.
position that we looked
Yeah.
at together? Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Fair. Hi, Tara. Tara.
Yeah, like they did well, I'll share after stream.
Fair.
Is it lizard hours? It is lizard hours.
Sure
Late
is.
lizard hours.
It's always lizard hours, but especially right now.
Where he gets to apply physics like modifying the orbit of an asteroid.
Jesus.
You know, the NASA DART mission produced like a cloud of debris. Like it's gonna be like impacting the Earth for the next like 100 years.
Christ, wait.
Like
oh
it's
my
really
God.
small. Like it's not a threat to anything except satellites maybe, but like it's funny.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mhm.
Got a medium plot for your FC. Hey, congratulations.
Congrats. Ray is now managing visitors. Yes. Well, I've rambled on for far too long.
Hi,
What
Bob.
are you
Welcome back.
thinking?
What am I
What do you
thinking?
have? What do you want to ramble about, Fizzy?
Wow, for your license to ramble.
Yeah.
That's a potent license you got there.
Hi, Bomb.
All I'll say is that for my work right now, I have to take the task of optimizing a Unity scene that runs at 30 FPS on my laptop when it's not being thermally throttled, and get it to run at least 60 FPS on a MetaQuest 3. And my laptop for work has like I think it's either a 4080 laptop or a 4090 laptop card in it. So that's gonna be fun. I'm
Oh, that'll be interesting.
I can't really talk
Yeah.
about what is in said Unity scene. But it's very neat. Admittedly, I'm excited to see it in VR. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't really have much to ramble about. I'm trying to think, like, what do I have to ramble about?
Well, that'll be fun to get to mess with the Quest 3.
Yeah, I haven't really got my hands on one before. I've messed with the Pico headset, which is another Android VR based headset, and that was pretty cool. But I'm excited to get my hands on a MetaQuest 3, and I mean, I'm not gonna probably not gonna play around with it much. Like, I'm probably just going to use it for work stuff. But at the same time, like, it's not one of those things where it looks good on your resume and it's interesting work. And I'm actually the only engineer on this on this demo. But it's mostly just like it's gonna be like stripping down and pairing some of our existing software to work on this thing. It's gonna be a challenge. I'm kind of looking forward to it.
A resume building experience.
Are they hiring? My industry is cooked.
Oh no, Jade.
Oh, Jade. The irony is that I want to jump ship from my industry to your industry. That's the real irony. But you didn't hear it here.
Meanwhile, me over here, in whatever industry it is I work in, I need more clearance.
Hey,
Always more.
You getting security clearance?
Believe it or not, there are more secure things that are more like I can't allude to any. It says I don't allude to this. I don't know if this counts as alluding to it. I gotta stop talking about work on stream. Yeah, I'm like I'm getting closer and closer to them finding. Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, don't do that.
But the site I visited last week.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Not last week, but whenever it was.
A couple weeks ago. Yeah.
They have a lab at their site with like a bunch of 3D printers and like related equipment. Like, I don't know, like it's like a robotics lab. They have a big abandoned robotics lab.
Holy, all right.
At this other facility, and it is full of cool stuff. I forgot, like I was gonna show you pictures of it and I forgot, but like pictures I definitely don't have.
Oh my god.
But like one of the 3D printers in there that they don't even hardly use is like, I forget. It's a lot of money. Like 5 figures range money for this 3D printer. And the filament and everything for it is super expensive. And then they have this other machine that just exists to like remove all the like scaffolding material from their print.
God. Wow. Okay.
So they like take the print out and then stick it in this other machine and it just like melts away the like support material, which is really cool. But they're like, yeah, that machine's, you know, it has to use like their material and it's a pain in the ass to order more filament for it because you know, it's like this because it's expensive enough to reach like this financial level that it has to get approval every time, blah blah blah, or something like that. I don't know, like it gets into the red tape. So they don't use it. They use this other thing that is like, it's either like a $500 or $1,000 3D printer.
Nice.
And they use that to do all this
seal of approval
prototyping
right there.
And then there's another facility that like once they have things that are like vetted with the prototyping that like produce all this stuff. But so like the robotics department like basically like left this facility to another team. Like they basically abandoned it. So there's a bunch of like unused stuff in it that's really cool. That like a lot of the robots that we use, and even more at like sites that have more robotics, all like the progenitors were in this lab, which is neat. Like stuffed into a
Nice.
corner and just like fucking like don't step over here, sort of.
Oh my god.
It's really cool. So fun stuff.
Because he's making VR porn. I'm not. I'm not making VR porn. I mean, like, unless you consider like vehicle porn, like mechanics porn. Sure.
Hey yo,
Well, you.
mechanics, huh? You want some overalls for your model?
Jesus Christ.
To be fair, we do mechanics all the time when we actually play Final Fantasy 14.
True. Can't argue with that. God damn it, War.
Jesus.
Seen the subreddit about dragons and cars. We're not talking about dragons effing cars. Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
Well, I guess now we're talking about it, but I we shouldn't be. Jesus
Why?
Christ. No, but it's neat stuff. It's just, it's kind of dry, but because he needs some grease-stained coveralls and can be racing Rory's motorcycle mechanic. Oh, I see. Food for thought. You're not fooling anyone. Oh my god, bum. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's definitely
My job would be less dry if that was what it was about. In more ways than one.
this is technically true.
Mega fuck. Because he needs the bonky mote
Full
replaced, the machinist wrench being needed. Oh my god. I saw
That
a
would
thing.
hurt.
I saw a thing to make it so that like makes the Taco Bell like bong noise, and it's so good. I love that so much.
Pretty good. Is it your head that makes the bong noise after the wrench collides
I
with
think
it,
that's the
or-
implication. Yeah.
No. God, I go over my desktop publishing stuff with a fine-tooth comb. Having to do a print that cost $signs each time would give me an aneurysm to deal with. Well, that's just
Oh.
HP printers.
Fair, yeah. I was actually having to look at like replacing my printer because like my printer is a piece of garbage. It's HP.
Uh-huh.
Ironically, like the printing works great. It's a LaserJet, but it's like the cheapest LaserJet they offer, and the feed mechanisms just have like gone for some reason. So it's just like, oh, okay, cool. So
I want to build my own printer, but then I would have to write drivers and sign them. It's too
nightmare,
much work.
nightmare. No, but we just got. I'm just getting a brother. Hopefully, it works better.
Oh, okay. Did you get a laser brother or a
Yeah.
inkjet?
Laser.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because the thing
Nice.
is, like, we use our printer like maybe like 8 times a year or something, like 6 times a year. And so like I worry that with inkjet, like I literally worry that the ink might dry up. I don't know if that's a thing.
Yeah, no,
but
that
I'm pretty
that
sure it
is
is.
a-
Whereas a toner doesn't
I
seem to
think that-
suffer that issue.
Part of the reason why HPs are such a pain is because they like, well, aside from the fact that they like DRM their fucking ink cartridges,
Yeah, nightmare.
They-
Nightmare.
they basically spend a little bit of the ink all the time just to keep the ink from drying and clogging it.
Awful.
Because like, printers used to get a really bad reputation because the ink would dry up and then the prints would look really bad and they'd be like, well, it streaks all over the place after like a year, so don't buy it. And it's like, well, that's because you didn't print anything on it. Too, like about Staples and stuff like that, like I would be happy to rely on like Staples or FedEx Office or all that stuff. Like back in the 90s or the 2000s, or whenever it was, those places were good and had systems, and you could like go in there and just do the self-service, like do a print from your thumb drive or whatever. Nowadays none of that exists, and like where Staples and stuff will actually do that service, they charge way too much, take way too long,
Ugh.
and it's just wholly inconvenient and not worth it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Don't lasers put microplastics into the air? Laser printers? your guess is as good as mine, but like for how often I use it, I'm willing to put up with a little bit of a health hazard if I'm totally honest. Not to mention, okay, this is like the worst take of all time, so let me just preface this with that. But I feel like we're exposed to so many microplastics from so many sources all of the time. Like our tires are constantly chewing up microplastics. Like I'm just kind of like, if it's gonna be like a very mild source of microplastics, maybe I don't care. You know?
Are microplastics the new carbon? Like,
I mean,
just like,
the carbon didn't go anywhere, but they're, you know, on top of that, sure. Less than doing a load of laundry. Well, there you go.
you know, humans ever since the advent of air conditioning and COVID, they are just furthering their experience in controlling and isolating themselves from their environment, because really they're playing the long game really well, because in 100 years their planet's ecosystem will collapse and no longer support human life. But if they continue at this rate, they will build systems that can keep at least some of them alive in inhospitable environments, so that they can, well, live on a barren wasteland until they decide they don't want to anymore.
Household microplastics are mostly from clothes and tire dust. I never even thought about clothes. The tire dust, though, I was aware of, that like tires are a huge contributing factor.
Dust.
Not to
How
mention,
do you get tire dust into the house?
well, it's just kind of everywhere.
What is tire dust?
Just tires naturally decaying as being used from driving.
Yeah, but like, humans drive on roads.
Right. But like,
not in the house.
but like, dust is not like dust and so on doesn't, you know,
Yeah, but,
stay
like,
confined to the roads. The roads are not isolated.
You bring that into your house?
I mean, my house is ventilated, so yes.
Is it?
Jesus. I mean, like,
I don't
Lord
know.
how.
I like my house closed off as much as possible from the rest of this planet. So like, you know, when I can, I enter through the garage, treat it like an airlock, take off my shoes, and like run air filtration inside. Like, I guess, like, to be fair, like, we have wildfires here, so
think how many cars there are out there slowly balding their tires, right? Yeah, no, it's the scale of it's gonna be interesting to see how, like, we as a society, hopefully, maybe, kind of deal with these things like over the next, 100 years, because I am under no delusions that microplastics is an issue that's going to be solved in like 20 or 30 years. We'll be lucky if we have climate change under control in 30 years. We won't. But like,
microplastics are a new problem. Like, humans haven't really been talking about it until like very recently.
right, well, because they're hard to detect, right? But once you are looking for them, they're kind of everywhere. And it's like, oh,
Well, like,
maybe these aren't good for us.
I feel like it was expected. Like, we knew that was a thing. Or like, it's obvious that like any material you use is going to shed in one way or another into its environment. But like, I think people just pretend it doesn't, or try not to think about it, because like, well, it's just a little piece of plastic, so like that's harmless, right? Or it's just gonna break down, except the fact that like, oh right, plastic doesn't break down very quickly, so like,
right, that's the thing, right? It's like we're just now starting to understand the scope of like this as an issue, but it's not like something like I feel like aerosols, right, and ozone related stuff was solved rather quickly, because it was like easy to be like, okay, we can switch this to something else and not destroy an important layer of our atmosphere. But with microplastics, it's like we use plastic for everything, you know? Like plastic is like,
Yeah, but it's also not like a major problem. It's like an individualistic, like, is it gonna kill everybody instantly? No. Okay. Then,
true.
like, why bother?
The
Let
severity
the
is
poor people deal with it more if it's really an issue. That's just how like humans address things. I feel like it's unfortunate, but yeah.
we'll be dead in 20 to 30 years. It'll be fine. I don't think we'll be dead in 20 to 30 years. I don't think it's even incredibly optimistic to say that I think that we'll be around in 20 to 30 years. But
Do you think it's optimistic that we'll be around in 20
I
or 30
don't
years?
think it's optimistic. I don't think it's particularly optimistic.
Wait, what are we saying? You don't think it's optimistic
I don't think it's
Say that we'll
particularly
be-
optimistic to say that, no.
to say what?
That we'll be around in 20 to 30 years.
Oh, okay, I had it backwards. Because I was like, wow, you're darker on this than I am today. Nice.
Jesus. No, I think we'll be around at least that long.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, we'll be hungry and warm.
We'll find out. We'll find out
we'll
one
be
way or
here.
another.
Somebody's got to watch the end.
Jesus. One person in my gaming group is, hey, I mean, if they're new or whatever, Tara, like you're doing a good thing by TBNing them and stuff. Like that's good. Like that's what those tools are there for. We also knew that global warming is a thing back in the 1890s. The 1890s. That's more news to me. I knew it was a thing that we knew out since like at least the 50s or 60s.
God, like, if you look back at like pollution and speculation on that back in like the Industrial Revolution's beginnings, like it was like some serious shit. So like people speculated that it would just continue like that, like with pollution getting worse, because like smog problems in cities and that like that before regulation on like smoke output and things like that became things. Like it was sort of a like, what's this gonna do to the world and the environment? So like global warming, I think what started to be something that was like thought about in the eras following that, if that makes sense.
That's sort of fair. I think the sort of problem is like when you compare localized pollution, like for if you have like a factory or a set of factories that are polluting the air or the water or whatever, then there's going to be like very noticeable and drastic health impacts in the area in which they
Right, like
are
acid
located. Right. Yeah, like acid rain or like lung disease or
But that
whatever.
became
Right.
environmentally impacting in big cities like New York and LA.
Definitely.
The Industrial Revolution started in places in London and so on too, like as far
Absolutely.
back as the late 1700s.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that like climate change is tricky because of like how largely invisible it is. Like, yes, we're starting
Right.
to see it. And I
But-
honestly think that between that and just generational awareness, we're gonna move in the right direction. But it is scary, for sure.
Humans have had hundreds of years to think about it. Think about that. 1800s? 1900s?
Well, kind of, but like until you start seeing, until people start feeling the pain of it, they're not gonna, It's kind of like how our, I don't know. I suppose in a way, it's kind of like how our nervous system is. Like we feel pain to discourage us from doing things.
Well, that's the thing right there. I don't know, that's a metaphor that I like.
Not using an issue back then, right? That's the other thing too. Is like, I think it was recognized as something that was going to become a problem. Is probably what I'm thinking of in like the 50s or the 60s. That was like, this is kind of concerning.
I think in the 50s and 60s, it was at least clear
Right.
in some research fields that like, hey, there might be a problem here. Like,
Right.
research doesn't happen overnight. So like somebody had to hypothesize this at that time for Al Gore to come out and say, hey, whatever, whenever he did that like thing he did. I forget. It's been so long now.
Might be an issue in like 4 centuries. Oh, you mean like at like in the 1800s? Yeah. Yeah, fair. Right. It's hard to predict how fast sort of human civilization's grown. Like we've taken over, you know, a lot, which is impressive in its own right, you know, kind of terraforming our own planet, but boy, the ramifications.
Me and you had a chat about this like 2 weeks ago. To be fair, too, talked about the
Not
planet's
surprising.
carrying capacity.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we disagree on that. Because I don't think it's an issue of overpopulation at all, but it's just like,
Overpopulate.
I think it's an issue
We
of resource
started to
usage.
Come
is
down
different.
to semantics because it became like an overpopulation at lifestyle, basically.
People really felt the pain of pollution back then, but it was the poor that suffered, not the rich factory owners. Right. Yeah. I mean, I mean, I'm glad that, you know, things slowly moved in the right direction, but if we can accidentally screw our planet up, imagine what we could do on purpose. I mean, the thing is that like, I don't know. It's tricky because like the thing is that like we accidentally are screwing things up because it's profitable, because it makes money and is, you know, easier to do so. The trick is that like, at least right now, the sort of grim reality of it is it doesn't make money inherently to do things that are good for the atmosphere, you know? And it probably never will in the short term. Like indirectly, absolutely, but that's something that needs to happen on like a societal level, like, you know, not on like no corporation's gonna come in and save the day because they're not gonna see the rewards from it.
Well, Dyson, they'll be happy to sell you a
A vacuum.
headphone mask.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love the stupid. Oh, it's so awful. Yeah. If you guys didn't see that, there's like Dyson made headphones that have like a really ineffective mask built in. It's great. The profits of now are more important than profits decades from now. Right. Well, especially ones that they might not even see themselves.
Right. In any case, like, I don't want to put a cork in it, but like at the same time, I feel like if we continue down this road, it's going to be a case of like you're looking at this glass half full versus glass half empty, and struggle with philosophy and human nature. We've been down that road.
I don't know if
It
we've been
is.
down it on stream, but fair.
Do you want me to go down? Are you giving me a pass to open up this can of worms? Because I'm saying if you continue down this road, the
Jesus.
worms are coming out of the can.
Oh my god. Hey, worms.
I am holding my tongue.
No, I mean that's fair.
My
I mean,
glass is empty because I'm a thirsty bitch. Jesus, Kumiko.
hell yeah? Question mark.
Hydrate.
True.
Yeah, no, we're like an hour and a half over. I think this is as good a time as any.
They glazed wigglers. That is a interesting. I feel like I'm missing a reference to something, but
Wiggler. You know, maybe it's the octopus. Like, can of worms are nice, but like the real wigglers are the
friends we made along the way.
sentient
Oh,
water spiders that live off the coast underwater. The octopus.
man,
Like-
that podcast.
Like, you want to talk about a monster girl? Like, play a game of chess with your local octopus. Like,
Jesus. Wouldn't they be
the
very
way they
interested?
destroy you, that'll be. Who's the monster now?
Oh, the things in Amarang. Okay, Sander, I follow.
Oh my god.
I forgot about those. That
Those are-
podcast is pretty good. I mean, it's definitely like, it feels like low budget and stuff. Sorry, we've been listening to what's
The
it
Strange
called?
Case of Starship Iris.
That's the one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely like low budget, but like if you're into like story podcasts, it's pretty good. It's like a radio show. It's good.
Yeah.
Mild recommendation. we're
I talked
enjoying
about it
it.
a little bit at work today, actually.
No
'Cause-
kidding.
One of the site visitors, we took them through the freight elevator, and they're like, "Huh, this is a really interesting freight elevator. It feels like we're not like you can kind of see the rest of the building. Like you can see like our freight elevator, like there are parts in it you can see through and out of. So you see the shaft going along, and they're like, it feels like you're not moving and the rest of the building is moving around you."
Oh my god.
And like from there we started talking about like, I was like, oh yeah, it's just like I forget how it actually went. And then we ended up talking about SCP stuff, and then talking about other like internet fiction and like radio podcasts.
Hell
So, like,
yeah.
that came up.
Shout out to the Magus Archives. I need to catch up on that. I'm falling behind.
I mentioned the Magnus Archives too. It's like my partner watches or listens to that a lot.
I gotta catch up. I've gotta catch up. Is this not a podcast? I feel like I'm watching Lizcast. I'm not familiar with Lizcast, but I mean, this is the most podcasty stream we've done in a while, I think.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like we came into stream tonight with a plan. That plan was to stream for 3 hours as usual, talk a little bit about our trips and adventures, and then maybe talk a little bit more about whatever, and then do the Rising quests, and then do re-clears that we didn't do last week or finish.
Yeah, I really should have tried to fit the book runs in. Oh well.
And heaven forbid, maybe even go into M4S again. But talking to chat is more fun, and like, you know, missing a week of re-clears, it's whatever. And I still have another day to do the Rising. So
wait, is it only one more day? Wait, is it about to end?
yeah, no, tomorrow is the last day.
Okay, then we're definitely doing that
because it
first.
ends at Wednesday at 7:59 a.m. Pacific time.
Christ.
Also,
okay.
Rory, has anyone told you your model gives schoolgirl ghost yokai vibes? No, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Everyone's on Twitch for yapping. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, or at least like I would say it's like half the appeal, so
I mean,
if not more.
I like chatting. So like when chat is here for it and chatting along, like I'm happy to like hang out with chat.
Fair. No, I mean, I've been having a good time.
Mhm.
Wednesday daily reset. Man, that's rough. Okay. All right. Should we mosey along, I guess?
Yeah, as much as I hate to, like,
Yeah, I mean, we can keep going.
we have to
but
go to bed. in
We
an
do
hour,
absolutely.
like-
Yeah. I'm admittedly getting kind of sleepy.
There are other things I need to finish and do tonight, and then like gotta get to work tomorrow. So like, yeah. It's not that I don't want to stream all night and more, but like, I gotta be realistic because
No,
like, unfortunately,
yeah.
streaming doesn't pay the bills or do everything else I need to in life. So, yeah. But I'm glad people were here for hanging out and chatting tonight. It was fun.
Yeah, no, it was fun. I liked discussing our trip. I liked talking about the future of all mankind. Yeah, good times, good times.
Always. It's always a good time when you're talking about the future of all mankind.
Yeah, glory to mankind or whatever.
What?
That's near, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Automata.
True. I think. Pretty sure.
Something interactive while I'm hammering away at some rock Kaznar ingots. Oh,
Oh my god.
well, enjoy your craftinating. We'll raid over to someone, I think.
Yeah.
The trick is who, because there's so many good targets. Always. Where'd my Discord window go? Okay, there it is.
There's a lot of people in the 14 category even that
Yeah.
know.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. The second one.
They're another 14 streamer. They're chill, but like, yeah, maybe you haven't interacted with them. But like, whoever's fine. That fire's moving closer. Well, Kumiko, at the least, it might be good to have a go plan.
Yeah. Are you in an evacuation area?
Like, make sure you have your medication, ID materials, you know, your wallet, anything like that. And somewhere where you can just grab it and go.
I'm between the second one you mentioned or the other one.
Or the second or the other. I'm torn.
Chat, do you want to see more chill content or well, actually they're both probably going to be chill content. Shoot. This is tricky.
Do you want to see
maybe my brain's too rotted.
reclears or I don't know what this is. or more chill, I guess.
I think they were doing Viper job quests.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of comfy.
Personally, like my pick when it comes to that is like always the like job quests and stuff like that. Like, you know, I am biased, but like saying that I'm speaking against my own interest here at some point because like, yeah, I am doing more writing, but like seeing the same thing over and over again with less focus on chat versus seeing more focus on chat and going through quests and other stuff, like that changes from frame to frame.
I gotta like I'm looking forward to I don't know stuff. Brain is melting. Do you want to do the
Yes.
Eternal Winder? Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. No, I'm on the same page.
All right, we're gonna raid over to Luna Shifuyu. Oh, why did I put that in? Let me unraid. We'll do that in a second.
Yeah.
Who's doing I think some Viper quests or something right now, but probably some comfy stuff.
Yeah. Luna is another fantastic VTuber in Team Eternal Wind, so please stick around for the raid. You get channel points and you help support other friends of the community. But also, please check us out on the socials. We have our Discords, we've got our Twitters, we've got our Blue Skies, even though we don't use it as much as we should. You know, it makes us feel good
Co-host
when you
is
hang
shutting
out
down.
with us. What?
Co-host
Oh,
is shutting down.
I saw that earlier today. That's kind of sad.
Yeah. Also, follow Rory. Do it. There's a button
Follow
right there if
Fizzy.
you're not following her. Follow her.
Hey, yo.
Do it.
Thank you for the shout out. I will also request that you comply with the order to follow Fizzy.
Thank you, Warren.
And if you're one of our subs, we both have. Thank you for the follow, Jade. I appreciate it. If you are sub to one of us, we both have a sub raid message in chat. Or if you're sub to both of us, we've got one for subs to both of us. There we go.
Thanks, Jade.
Well,
Shall we? All right, I'm putting in the raid command.
all right. Thank you for the already following, Tara. I appreciate it. All
Oh,
right,
yeah.
then. With that, we will send you all on your way to have a good night. Grab one of those raid messages.
Oh, and good night, YouTube, as well. I don't know if anybody's over there right now, but take care.
Oh my god. Thank you for that chill Gab stream. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Big
Yeah.
same.
It's comfy. Like, it's been a busy couple of weeks for me, and I know I've been doing a lot of raid content because I want to get through the tier, and I haven't had time to do all the other things I want to do too. So it's like I've had to sacrifice some of my normal kind of content for it, which sucks. But like at the same time, I'm accomplishing goals and stuff. So it was really nice to do a chill stream today, and I appreciate everybody being here for it, even Fizzy, who I know has the undying urge to push buttons.
Yeah, I mean, like, I enjoy these streams too, though, so.
Fair, fair.
Night, Brutivus.
All right.
Ready?
Ready.
Do you have the raid command entered?
It's running. It's gonna be counting down to.
All right,
force
mine is
send it
too.
soon.
Good night, everybody. See you next time.
Good night,
Probably
everybody.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye. Where's my